Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Finance Committee for the Sunshine Coast Regional District for Monday, December 4th, 2023. It's 9:31, and I'd like to call this meeting to order and acknowledge that the SCRD is located on the traditional territories of the Shishal and Squamish nations. We have an agenda in front of us today, quite a lengthy one. Are there any amendments or changes to make to the agenda? Thank goodness. I look for a motion to adopt. Moved, seconded. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. First up, we're going to go to item number 2 on our agenda, 2024 budget introduction. And for that, we'll turn it over to the CAO.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be turning it over to Chief Financial Officer Tina Perot to start the presentation. I'll be chiming in for a bit partway through and then turning it back over to Tina. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Chair. So we just have a few slides here that cover a lot of the information that's within the agenda, but also we wanted to acknowledge that we didn't provide a financial plan or a budget book with the preliminary figures. And that's because that information is outdated as soon as we start this meeting. So we're going to be providing that particular information at the end of round 1. And that's also because we didn't have a pre-budget session this year. So we are looking to streamline the process for 2024 budget. So with that, we are providing some information related to some of the financial decisions coming up for round 1. So what we're going to be presenting today is a little bit of an update from the Chief Administrative Officer. We're going to talk about some key items impacting 2024, some emerging items that are coming up for budget, as well as preliminary financial outlook or what-if scenarios, and next steps for round 1. So can people see my screen? No.
Well, I can't hear. You can on the devices.
Yeah. Okay, but people can see it on their Zoom link? Okay, so perhaps there's just something technical happening here. Kristen, if you wanna,
It might not
yeah.
be on YouTube.
All right, so now I'll just pass it over to the CAO, and with that, we'll try to fix the technology in the back end.
Thank you, Tina, and welcome, everybody. As last year, the senior leadership team and staff have been working on bringing proposals forward for round 1 for some months now. The new project development process that we redesigned last year was further refined for this year, and great work by Tara Crosby and some others on taking what was a very unwieldy PDF form and turning it into a very friendly Word document that was fillable, so thank you for that. We also did some enhanced risk analysis for project and initiative ideas for this year. Additional strategic factors that we were weighing. Some of those are actually embedded in the service plan. And some of the HR considerations were further embedded into the project proposals, and you can see that on the spreadsheets that you have here. We also did some work refining the classifications of projects. So this year's are under 3 categories: must, should, and could. And under the must umbrella, you'd have things like imminent asset failure, regulatory compliance, safety, and environmental. Under the should category, you'd have things like board directive, business continuity, board adopted plan or board corporate policy, or related to the board strategic plan. Other ideas that are presented are purely discretionary. So depending on the direction that we receive at round 1, one of the things that we've recommended is that projects or initiatives that are attached to staffing proposals could be referred to round 2, and that will give us a chance to receive the recommendations from the organizational review. I think the preliminary findings of that review will be available by the end of this week, and we're trying to schedule a presentation to the board, I think, for January the 8th. So this will allow some time for some of those recommendations to potentially be incorporated into proposals that you'll see for consideration at round 2. And also, based on what you see today, if the board has further options you'd like to see based on additional prioritization you'd like to see, or if you decide you'd like to provide additional direction even on things like capping increases, totally up to you. We can design proposals related to any of that direction between now and round 2. And when we look at just a bit of a projects completed, we're on pace to meet or potentially exceed last year, which for us was a big year in terms of completed projects. However, you can see that the total projects on the budget project status report there's still 230 projects there. There's around 190 being carried forward, and if you said yes to everything, there'd be 103 new proposals. So even as we're increasing the amount of completed projects each year, the number of completed projects compared to the number of projects on the budget project status report are still a little out of balance. However, one thing that we can do between now and round two, when this is updated, is factor in which of those are always supposed to be multi-year projects, and it might change the lens a little bit. And now I think I'll turn it back over to Tina. Thank you very much.
So we just wanted to highlight a few items for the committee as far as what are some things already included in the budget and what are decisions that have potentially already been made that are factoring into some of the taxation values, rate values, and some of the project considerations. So we essentially have inflation and labor shortages, supply and demand constraints, and so that has most certainly been reflected in some of the contract costs that have been approved before budget. And so some of those relate to solid waste, and a few of those have been coming forward. And so that has impacted taxation going into 2024. We also have full cost of projects approved in prior years that the full cost of them are coming into the budget for this year. And one of the examples would be the planning enhancement and OCP harmonizations, that there wasn't full tax implication for 2023. We also have the full cost of approved staffing in prior years that were prorated, and we have the Sunshine Coast Economic Development that wasn't taxed for in 2023, and you're seeing the full funding in 2024. The debt servicing changes. So one of the factors that we have for debt servicing is that interest rates have gone up. And so for short-term borrowing, which is on a variable rate, those have had some impacts to taxation. So things like vehicle purchases or small equipment purchases that are over a 5-year loan will see a small increase in the debt servicing costs. And we also have projects that were funded in 2023 that drop off in 2024. So that's why we sometimes at the start of round one see a slight decrease in what our budget looks like. So some emerging items as well is that we have results of projects tendering. So we still have several operational projects that are in the works. So those have to be factored into the budget decisions. And what we're trying to do for the committee is to ensure that when you're making decisions during the budget deliberations, that you understand what else is coming out or that you might factor in as far as what the values are going to be. So because we have financial decisions that are outside of these committee meetings, we want to make sure that people were aware of them. And we also have, obviously, the 2023 year-end results. So at the Q3 variance reports, we had several functions that were experiencing or projected year-end deficits. For instance, some of the fire departments in particular. And so those deficits will have to be funded for 2024 somehow. We also have we have several grant applications that are out, and we will perhaps receive word outside of the budget deliberations or before the financial plan bylaw is approved. So that's often when we have to do financial plan amendments, and we don't typically approve projects contingent on funding. So some of those budget proposals will have to be deferred until we know the response from whatever the grant funder is. In the agenda, we have the annual operating agreement preliminary figures. However, the annual operating agreement with BC Transit does not actually get approved until our budget is finalized, which is, I think, April 1st, typically. And so that sometimes can cause some variations within the transit budget. We also have, that's been mentioned, several solid waste contracts that expire in late 2023 or early 2024 that'll have to be considered. We also have the ratification of the new collective agreement, and those have been factored into the round one figures mostly. So essentially the values that you're seeing starting off today factor in the new collective agreement changes. And then we have changes to benefits and workers' compensation, municipal pension plan that are also impacting the budget for this year. So just to give a little perspective on what our budget looks like, for 2023, we approved a $107 million budget. We haven't projected what the 2024 budget is because we have a lot of moving parts, such as what capital projects are moving forward, what operating projects will fall off or complete. But essentially, we are projecting a similar or higher budget than what we had in 2023 as far as an operating capital budget. So I think we have over $28 million worth of projects that are being proposed of the 103 initiatives being considered for round one. So preliminary taxes by area, we're just giving a really high level here because, of course, this is very preliminary figures. So it really gives an overall estimate of change for each electoral areas. It's based on existing service levels as well. And it provides several scenarios. It's not representative of assessment changes as well because those don't come to us until the end of December, so those will be considered as part of round two. So the utility rates, we had a special committee on November 10th, and so we presented all the utility rates. So for all the water utility rates here, we have the 2023 and 2024 proposed rates. A lot of the bylaws will be coming forward for final adoption on December 14th board. And those need to be approved prior to December 31st because of the way the bylaw and the fee is structured, which is on an annual calendar basis. So we've provided some what-if scenarios, essentially based on types of criterias of the decisions. And so your baseline status quo really just shows some of the decisions that you've already made, such as the contract increases. The salary and wages, we've extracted that just to understand what the implications of some of the benefit changes and the collective agreement changes are. We also have our community partners that are presenting this morning, and we've streamlined that process for their values to be included in the budget if there's no change from prior years. We also have our capital plan implications, and there's not as many as we've seen in the past, so that is not a significant change being considered for 2024. And then we have our mandatory items that have just been built right into the budget, so you're not seeing budget proposals for that this year. And then essentially all the budget proposals that you have and what that what-if scenario would be if all of them were approved. So for our capital plans this year, we only have about $87,000 of additional funding over and above what's been approved in the past. And mostly those are for the fire departments. And one of the other things we wanted the committee to understand is what is a 1% tax impact? And again, this just focuses on property taxation. And so if I make a decision and I'm from Area A, a $36,000 decision based on whatever the apportionment is for a service is a 1% tax increase. So we've just built in some scenarios here as to if everything was approved, what the financial implication would be. That's including all the property tax implications as well as parcel taxes for the various local service areas. And so we see what the increase or decrease in proposed tax would be. And so that we will provide these slides and include it in the agenda and make this available for the committee and for the public. And we'll take any questions if there are any. I'll stop sharing.
Thank you, CFO. Directors, any questions? Director McMahon.
Not really a question, just a request to get a copy of the slides because they're really great and very helpful. Thank you.
I think I heard that at the end of the presentation. Any other questions from directors? Director Lee.
I really would like a copy of those slides. It's everything I've been looking for. Thank you very much.
I think directors would like a copy of the slides. Thank you. Director White.
Just wait.
Go ahead.
I think they're conferring about something. Okay. I'm wondering about the what ifs. Yeah, never mind. I'll
Okay, I don't see any other hands up, so last chance, directors, on the general questions before we start diving into our presentations. Okay, then that's that. Thank you very much. Next up, Annex A, pages 7 to 29, we've got the Gibsons and District Public Library. So we'll get you guys to come up and we'll get you sorted. Just for directors, from a process perspective, we're going to receive all of the presentations from our delegations this morning. And then we've got in our menu of recommendations here, we've got the sample recommendations for all of our community partners. So we'll receive all the presentations and then we'll make recommendations after we've received all of the presentations, just to keep things moving. So.
Should I be sitting over there?
Very dark.
Good morning. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Rob Benny, and I'm the chair of the Gibsons and District Public Library. A lot has changed in the library world since I got my first library card many, many, many decades ago. No longer just a repository and lender of books, modern libraries provide a huge variety of services to people of all walks of life. They're one of the last free public spaces. The GDPL acts as a meeting place, a lecture hall, a shelter, a schoolroom, a music store, a refuge, a repair cafe, a drop-in center, a government service outlet, a theater, an office, a preschool, a language center, and an internet cafe, to name only some of the myriad services and functions it provides for our patrons. And we still lend books too. When you look at this partial list, it is important to remember that the services and functions that each library provides are unique. It is therefore critical for the continuation of our own library's programs to not simply compare our budget request to similar organizations and base it on a standardized percentage increase, but rather to look at the merits of our request based on the many services we provide. Our library director will talk in more detail about our request, but before turning it over to Heather, I would like to thank you today for your consideration of our budget requirements on behalf of our hardworking staff, our board, and our satisfied patrons. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Good morning, everybody. I bow to you for having such a long agenda. That's quite an undertaking. So we're going to be brief today. I have spoken in prior years of the robust evidence that demonstrates how crucial public libraries are to developing healthy individuals, economies, and communities. Today, I want to focus on the unique value of the Gibsons and District Public Library as key social infrastructure that is thriving. With 7,565 active patrons, 61% of our service population, we are one of the most highly used libraries per capita in BC. According to our annual survey we completed in June, our users are extremely satisfied with our services and with our reliable and skilled staff team. You may have read the recent Coast Reporter article just this Friday that celebrates the distinctive accomplishments we have made. We have provided in your agenda a report that outlines the programs and resources we provide, and we hope it demonstrates to you the impact our services make on the socioeconomic health of our community. From our new library of things and STEAM kits to tech support, exam proctoring, and programming for new Canadians, we work to bring people the resources they need to better their lives. I will now speak briefly to our 2024 budget request for an increase of $39,616. The budget we have provided has been diligently developed with a mindfulness to fiscal restraint and responsibility. Our request is based on the actual cost of the services we provide. In 2024, we aspire to maintain the same staffing hours, or FTEs, we have had for the past 5 years, though the demand for service would clearly benefit from additional staffing. We seek to maintain our hours at 47 hours per week. As explained in the notes on our annual budget submission, the increase we are requesting is primarily due to significant increases to our benefit premiums, increased sick time pay requirements, and to the increased cost of materials. Benefit costs have also been impacted by the toll on staff health in our sector, incurred from working with members of the public who sometimes have disruptive, self-harming, and aggressive behavior. Libraries are often the only free public space and resource for marginalized people to access. I also want to speak to the enhancement grant. In regards to the one-time enhancement grant that the provincial government provided public libraries for 2023 to 2026, please note that these funds were intended to enhance services, to supplement local government funding, and not to replace it. However, knowing the demands on your coffers this year, GDPL's made the decision to allocate $49,782 of these enhancement funds to our 24 operational budget to reduce our ask. Our library is heavily involved with the advocacy efforts to secure ongoing increased provincial funding to public libraries starting in 2026. Our board chair, Rob Benny, is a trustee with the BC Libraries Trustee Association, and I am involved with the executive of the Association of BC Public Library Directors. We are working with the library partners to achieve permanent higher funding levels from the provincial government. We understand that the SCRD has many priorities to manage, and we want to thank you for your support. Please feel confident that every dollar invested in our services translates to a much higher value for our community. Researchers at the University of East Anglia released a study this past summer showing that the value of services a typical library provides equates to 6 times their running costs. Taxpayers value, enjoy, and rely on our services and resources, and we hope we can continue to meet their needs with your support. We're happy to answer any questions you may have, and thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you very much. Directors, any questions for the delegation? Director White?
I was concerned about this one-time enhancement grant when it was announced, the fact that it's one time. And I guess I'm seeing here that we're now at, around $50,000 has been transferred from that to operations. That's correct?
Yeah.
So when the grant runs out, where's that funding anticipated to come from?
Well, we're cautiously optimistic that the advocacy we've done is working and that we'll have increased provincial funding starting in 2026. That's part of the reason we're so invested in the BC Library Partners.
Okay, but if not, I mean, this is fundamental. This is now in the operations budget. So I presume if it doesn't come provincially, basically you'll be coming to us. I assume.
Well, we're definitely going to be, our board is aware of that problem. So we're definitely mindful of that, planning over the next couple of years. But being behind the scenes, as I said, I feel very optimistic that we're going to be successful in securing that provincial funding. Yeah.
Good. Hopefully, yeah. I'll have hope in your optimism then.
Thank you.
Optimistic. Yeah.
All right. Director McMahon?
Right, it never hurts to remind us, when was the last time the province increased funding to libraries?
15 years ago. Yeah.
Director McMahon, did you have a follow-up or? Okay. Director Lee?
First off, I'd let you know I'm not in the funding envelope, but I wanted to congratulate you on your statistics that were in there. I really like to see that, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands up. Director Bax, you're making a face. Did you want to speak?
I just wanted to say I really enjoyed the tour of the library that I took part of in the last month, and I really think that our public libraries are our last public spaces, and they really need to be protected.
Okay. Thank you for that comment. I think that's it for now. Thank you very
everybody.
much. Next up, we have Annex B, pages 30 to 40, the Pender Harbor Health Center. Oh, CAO. Okay. We're going to take a 10-minute recess to deal with some technological challenges we're having, so we'll be back at 10:05. Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to the budget meeting for Monday, December 4th. Hopefully that is the only technical challenge we have in all 3 days. So with that, we are going to go to the Pender Harbor Health Center. And I believe we have folks on Zoom this morning, so take it away.
Okay, hi, yes, thank you. My name's Suzanne Richter, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer of the Pender Harbor Health Center. And also attending is John Rathbone, who is our Financial and Administrative Manager. And so I thought I would just start by giving a very brief summary of our operations in the past year. I think most of you are familiar with the health center, but we are the only community health center on the Sunshine Coast. And so we are a unique model of primary care combined with other types of social services. And we run as a multidisciplinary team, giving team-based care. We have a primary care and nursing clinic, and in the last number of years, there has continued to be an increasing demand on our services. So the services provided by the clinic are what help to keep people healthy at home in the community, and particularly seniors, actually helping seniors to stay at home as long as they can. So with our nursing clinic, we do provide such services as home-based care. And one of the big increases in the past year has been an increase in the palliative on-call services, which helps people to palliate at home and really helps to keep people out of the hospital and out of the emergency department. Our physician, Dr. Colin Sutton, who's been with us for the last few years, retired. And so we have been busy trying to recruit a new physician or two and or a nurse practitioner. And so we do have a number of people who we're speaking to in this regard. Fortunately, we have had a physician who lives in our community step forward, and she's offering part-time services for the clinic at this time. So I think that's been a relief to community members who've been wondering how they'll receive physician care. We are working in partnership with the Primary Care Network, and you're probably familiar with that, but that includes Vancouver Coastal Health, the Division of Family Practice, Seashell Nation, the Ministry of Health, and other community partners. And through that partnership, we have received some new resources. We will have an additional registered nurse at the clinic and a part-time social worker, and we have funding for either a family practitioner or a nurse practitioner. So these are resources that we are recruiting for just currently, and will hopefully be joining our team in the very near future, because with the increased pressure on services for the clinic, we are finding that we do need additional, particularly nursing resources. We started a Better at Home program, which is funded through United Way, and we were fortunate to get the funding in the last year and have had a really successful start at that program. So for example, in the last month, through volunteers and some paid contractors, we've provided 67 individual services for people who are homebound, and it is typically seniors. The program is for seniors, so we are again in that program helping people to stay healthy at home for as long as possible. Our wheelchair accessible van, for which we received some funding from the SCRD, has also been increasing in services, which has been good news. We've had more volunteer drivers, and so that's really helpful to bring people to medical appointments up and down the Sunshine Coast in the absence of family or neighbors who can transport them, and of course the absence of any kind of public transportation. With respect to our capital funding, we had received some funding from the SCRD to replace flooring, and we have done that. The renovation has been really helpful to us. Well, first of all, it helps us to keep a sanitary environment in the health center, and it really has upgraded and refreshed the health center. We have purchased flooring for the entire building. However, we're waiting to renovate our physician wing because we're waiting to hear the outcome of a grant application that we made to the Green and Inclusive Community Buildings grant. the federal program. And so we did make that application about 3 years ago and have been told that we're still under review. However, in terms of the utilization of the rest of the flooring, we have got the material and we do have the funding that we have done through raising funds through donations from the community. So that renovation will be completed. And we will, in all likelihood, do a complete renovation of the physician wing, regardless of whether or not we get the GICB grant funding. And so we'd like to thank you for that contribution. It really has greatly improved the health center. And I think that those are the main update items I wanted to give you for this year. John is going to speak to the increase that we've requested, and we will both answer any questions that you have. So, thanks. Now, John, did you want to speak to the increase? I see you're on there.
John, I see you're unmuted. We don't see you on screen, but we see that you're unmuted. Maybe he's also having technical challenges this morning. Okay. I think we're going to have to pass on hearing from John. Suzanne, did you want to give us a really quick overview or just take questions?
Well, I'd be happy just to take questions. I think that we presented in our materials.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Nothing's happening with John.
Director Inkster.
Thanks. I just wanted to ask through to the presenters here, and kudos to the health center for the work they do in that area, because I've been up there a couple of times to see my doctor who was up there, so coming from Seashelt. So I just wanted to ask, do you see an increase in use directly correlated to the population, and are you seeing, if you track it, more use from other areas of the coast such as as the years increase?
Well, we try to serve people who are living from Half Moon Bay up to Egmont. That is our catchment area. I know that there have been some exceptions to that because sometimes people who've lived in the Pender Harbor region have moved, to other parts of the coast. And so, of course, we do continue to serve folks. I do think there are a number of reasons why we continue to have increases. And a lot of that has to do with our aging population. I think it's not unique to the Pender Harbor Health Center. Those demands are happening across healthcare just in general. So with an aging population, you tend to, have much higher reliance on primary care services. And so I don't think we're unique in that sense. And as I was saying, it has been surprising how much of an increase we've had for frail elderly and particularly for palliative care in the community, and that it comes and goes in waves, but it's consistently increasing. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you for that.
And I see we have John here.
John, I see you on the screen. Did you want to try again? Still can't hear you, unfortunately. Director Lee.
I was waiting to hear from John. First off, I'd like to say I really appreciate on page 37 where you actually started from 2002 in the funding, and we can track it year over year. People always have lots of questions about that aspect, so I enjoyed that. And other than that, I do know that we now have expenses for a bus that's on top of yearly funding, and we don't have buses in Pender. Well, we have a bus in Pender, but just for the people that need traffic. So, no, I'm actually quite happy. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. And I don't see any other hands up from directors. So thank you for coming. Thank you for presenting for us.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Sorry, John, that we were unable to hear from you. Next up, we've got Sunshine Coast Community Services Society regarding Youth Outreach Worker Program 2024 budget request. And they're in the room with us.
Okay. Okay, hello. I'm Shane Forster. I'm the lead of Youth Care Services at Sunshine Coast Community Services. I have Amy LeBlanc with me, the manager of Child, Youth, and Family Services. And we're here to talk about youth outreach.
We also have our Director of Finance. I believe he's online, but he was mentioning that it's not allowing for interaction, so I don't know if we'll be able, Lou Herdick, is his name? I'm not sure if we can see it on there. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So I'll just talk a little bit about what we do. So Youth Outreach serves youth 12 to 23 all over the Sunshine Coast from Langdale to Egmont. We function via, youth can connect with us via telephone, via DMs from Instagram. A lot of how we see youth is in person because we're in schools, we're out in the community. They come to programming that we put on. So youth outreach has seen a lot of trends over the past year that have kind of caused us to think about how we could reframe how we provide service. So currently, we've been offering youth outreach service by coming into schools on a regular basis, being aware of messages that come through Instagram, posting on Instagram about what we see in the community, like offering services, other resources that are available to youth. But one thing that we're seeing a lot of is a request for one-to-one service, which currently we don't have the capacity for because we have two other programs that we run that are funded through MCFD that we prioritize youth in that way for one-to-one. But we are getting parents, community members, youth themselves requesting one-to-one support that would require more than what we normally provide, which is a 1-to-2 meeting referral session. So we basically would meet with them, kind of find out what they need to work on, whether that's employment, finding housing, getting ID, getting connected to counseling, et cetera. And usually we prioritize seeing them for 1 to 2 sessions to try to refer them onto something else. But at this point, we're getting youth that would need us more than that. And a lot of the work that we do with youth is built on trust and rapport, which takes time. And when we serve youth through MCFD, we can see them for longer. We can build that trust and support, and trust and rapport, and can help them complete their goals. And so we've just seen a huge influx in the requests for the one-to-one service that we are giving to our other programs, but via youth outreach. So because of that, we've been trying to take notes about these trends. One of the things that we were thinking about was providing programming that could address some of the issues that we're seeing, as in youth are experiencing more bullying, and that some youth are also perpetuating it. And so we're thinking, one of the things that's become more popular with youth is Dungeons and Dragons. And so we're like, okay, well, if we can capitalize on that interest and maybe coach youth on how to become DMs, aka like directors of these games, then they can create their own campaigns and they can have something to do, because that's an issue in the communities that the youth don't have enough to do. And so we're trying to meet the needs by kind of figuring out what the interests are so we can empower youth to kind of have their own fun and figure that out that way. Another thing is, when we see youth in the community, we're seeing a lot more increase in them being hungry. They're needing food. And every time we provide anything for youth outreach, whether we're on foot or we're doing a pop-up event in the community, we always have food. Another couple of our offerings are the Gender Diverse Network Drop-In and the Queer Youth Drop-In, which happen monthly, and those also need food too. And so part of how we build trust with youth is by providing food, and it helps them connect to our programming, and honestly, it helps them regulate. I mean, some of these youth that we're running into haven't eaten all day, and we're the food that they're eating first. So we want to try to meet these, we're looking at these trends, youth, they're bored, they got nothing to do, they're getting into trouble. We've been seeing issues where there's been a couple repeated adults in the community being groomers for these youth and kind of getting them into beating up other kids and kind of persuading them into kind of dealing drugs. And so these youth want services from us. They've been asking for one-to-one. We want to be able to see these youth in a way that is more than just a couple sessions, so that we can kind of support them and kind of help them figure out where they need to be. A lot of them just need mentorship, and it takes more than a couple sessions. So some of the things that we've been getting requests for as well, other than one-to-one, is one of our programs called Stop and Talk. So we have that at Connect currently. That's a bi-weekly program where youth, like grades 6 and 7 youth, will come and chat with youth workers about things that are going on for them, bullying, things at home, questions about drugs or sexuality or whatever is going on for them. It's a safe place for them to kind of talk over a lunch hour, and we consistently get 20 to 30 youth every time. And I've been getting calls from other schools asking if we can start that program there too. And so we would love to be able to do that. So that's another one of our desires for the coming year, is to be able to expand Stop and Talk, just because it has such great success in attendance. Another thing that we would like to do in the new year is provide a basic cooking training program, like a short cohort. So it'd be registration based, but youth, like I said, there's youth on our radar that we could personally invite to come to these things. We can coach them on how to kind of do some basic cooking skills through building a menu, getting the groceries and taking care of themselves. Because there's a lot of youth that we're running into who are living on their own, or they're couch surfing. They need kind of strategies for how to cope while they're in these states. Another thing too is, because we've been over a couple of years, but this year especially, doing a lot more youth outreach, like going to more places. We're not just having workers travel together in one car, so more staff are going on their own to connect with other partners to run a program, so we're increased mileage due to that. So I guess the biggest things are increased mileage and increased costs because of the food that we're providing, which is super necessary. So those are the things that we're noticing the most. Is there anything you want to add to that?
I think that, Hi, thank you. I think that in speaking for the ask for our budget increases, our budgets were prepared based on realistic increases due to inflation and the cost of living. Though we are not a unionized environment, we want to pay a fair wage for skilled workers in order to both retain them and create consistency in our programs. So what Shane was speaking about in terms of creating trust with the youth and community is when they are able to see consistent people in the roles of professional service providers. That creates trust over time and deepens the relationship, and hopefully can then deepen the intervention that we can provide. So what we're trying to do is support healthy connection to a safe adult who can provide positive influence and guidance when concerns and issues arise. So if youth is at risk of criminal justice involvement, hopefully that relationship with that youth outreach worker can support some better decision-making and also can support guidance through that system. So that you'll see that our funding increases are 7%. Our provincial funders have increased our contracts to account for the Community Social Services Employers Association wage grid increases. And as I mentioned, we're committed to fair and equitable wages across the organization, and therefore have had to increase our wage grids for all programs, not just the provincially funded ones. And then we reduce the increases after 2025 based on the prediction that inflation will slow. And I think if you have any further questions on our budgets, we also have, as I mentioned, our Director of Finance here to support.
All right, thank you very much. Directors, any questions for the delegation? Director Bax.
Thank you for the work you do. I'm a single father of a 17-year-old boy, and I imagine if he hasn't engaged in your services, I know that some of his friends certainly have. I was wondering if you've met with Leslie Clark? You have? Okay, so I'm hoping that you guys can work hand in hand with the Foundry program and to help protect our youth?
Yes, absolutely. So Sunshine Coast Community Services is the lead agency for Foundry, so we're directly connected with Leslie, so I appreciate you mentioning that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Director Lee.
I was interested in your stop and talk and 30-plus children. Would that be each session, or is that?
That's
okay?
each session, yes.
And do you have one-on-one discussions with them, or is it a group discussion?
It's group. So basically what happens is over the 2 weeks between groups, they have a box that they can put questions in. And so the youth workers that run it will take those questions and then they'll address them with the group. And usually what'll happen is there'll be a bit of a trend in whatever they want to talk about that day, and they'll do some focus on it and then just extrapolate on different parts of the question. Youth will end up adding more things to that topic. So oftentimes it ends up being a topic specific on the day.
I think of note too is Shane is receiving more requests from schools, so to expand and bring the program to their service areas. So like Gibson's and Roberts Creek are two more, so that increases the outreach there that we'd be able to do.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from directors? Director Inkster, you look pensive. You're okay?
I'm just assuming funding, our majority is at DOS.
Okay. Not seeing any other hands up. Thank you for taking the time to present to us today.
Thank you.
And we're going to move on
Thank
to
you.
the Pender Harbor Community School Society. And I think they're online today. Good morning.
Hello, how are you guys?
Good.
Good. I did prepare a little PowerPoint to walk us through as well, so I'm going to see if I can share that. Maybe not. Let's do. Okay, well, I'll just talk and then we'll go through it. So I am here as part of the Pender Harbor Community School Society and wearing two hats. So one is for the recreation programming for Area A, and the second part of that is for the Pender Harbor Youth Program for Area A as well. And so we have increased our budget request this year for both of our, the crows are going wild out there, sorry. Okay, so we've requested an increase in the budgeting for both of our programming. Looking back, we hadn't received any significant funding increase in quite a while. So the request for the recreation is a $5,000 increase request, and then a $1,000 increase request for the youth program. So this was deemed significant, which is why I'm here today to go over what we've been doing and what we want to do and what we want to keep doing. So starting off with our the community recreation program. So throughout 2023, it was a bit of a new year because I was new in the role. I took over for Francine here, so it was kind of, what do we want to do? What's different? How does this look? And so a lot of the things Francine was doing were great. So we didn't need to make many changes, and the community loved it. So that's great. So that meant, we have our avid pickleballers that are playing twice a week at the high school. We ran our art classes, which are always full and generally have a wait list for our younger kids at the elementary school here. We did our drop-in floor hockey, men's floor hockey, badminton, volleyball. The volleyball was a direct result from the high school volleyball team. They wanted more time. They don't have a team outside of the school to play, and they don't have access to participating in that anywhere else. So we did a drop-in volleyball so that the kids could get a practice in, because just lack of coach or lack of members to make a full team. So that was, and then this year they again had another volleyball team and they did awesome. We do see a lot of sports geared activity. The one concern we're having is with the SD46 using the school facility. We do, last year, often we did have last minute cancellations to our programming. So for our drop-in programming and registered programs that ran out of the high school, we did have a lot of last minute cancellation due to staff shortages, which was, it definitely did deter a lot of people from showing up and coming out because we weren't sure if it would be running, and we did our best to make sure everyone was in the loop, but that was still, it is still a challenge for us. We had our cooking classes with the local chef for both kids and adults, and that was amazing. It was a hands-on experience, tricks, techniques, and everything. We've had a ton of interest again this year, and we will be doing that again. It'll look a little bit different. So this last year we did our home alone and babysitting course. So home alone is just safety when you're home alone, and babysitting courses for kids ages 11 and up. And those courses, we find that the expense for those can be quite expensive. Like that's a big expense for parents to take on. And so we do try to offer subsidy where we can for that, as well as the grade 9, 10, 11, and 12s partook in first aid training. And we worked that through with the high school as a part of an encouragement to hopefully continue their training growth and also hopefully take their lifeguarding certificate so that the pool downstairs could see a few more hours and get a little bit busier. So that was great. We had a lot of kids take that training. So in the future, we didn't make any significant changes to how we want to do our recreation programming. It's essentially still, art classes always, drop-in sports. We do want to maintain our low cost or rates. As we see here, there is a huge financial constraint to all of our families. And when you have 2 or 3 kids, especially in a recreation program, we've seen parents pay upwards of $600 just to try and get their kids in some of the activities, and it adds up, and it can add up quick. And we don't want to put that strain on the parents, on the families. We do want to provide more consistent and available drop-in programs, and we want to be able to diversify who those, like the groups that are attending those. And so that means, I know at the high school they recently started a crocheting club, and fiber arts, things like that, where we have a lot of sports, but we would love to see different people coming out, different people joining and connecting. And so that just means we need to broaden our reach a bit, and that just takes time and work. This last year through the summer, we had Sunshine Coast Community Services, their youth outreach worker, actually used our facility for youth drop-in, which was awesome. So community school, which is generally closed through the summer, did attend those drop-ins just to have a presence and be there. And it was great. We were able to maintain connection with the community through the summer, which we're not able to do normally, but working together with community services, it was possible, and it did make a difference. But then it is an added wage cost as well. So looking forward, Sorry, one sec. There we are. We did, so in 2023, that during that school year, we saw a significant rise in the population in our area. And I know the census says it was about, I think 30% from the 2016 to the 2021 population. I can say for our schools here, it was significant. We had our elementary school finally broke over. I think we have 110 kids this year, and our high school has, I think, about 67, which is, you know, big numbers for us. But that is a big increase, and so we are seeing a lot more demand for classes, and so that means that our art classes are often kids are waitlisted because we don't have the capacity. We need to be offering more art classes to you know, different groups of kids because the skill levels are different. Same with sports drop-in programs. We need to be able to increase the availability of these programs because a lot of the time there's a wait list, kids can't access them. And so for the adjustment for the recreation, so the CPI, so the 4.7 noted the index increase there. That's just the base operating costs. And we do see that, especially in the food, like Shane had said before me, all the people attending these recreation programs, especially the children, are hungry. And so the more programs we're offering, we also see an increase in food and resources in that way. And a lot of the time, some of the kids are coming and food is the biggest drive. And so we need to get them there. So that is a huge cost that we're seeing that's affecting our budget. And then, yeah, just being able to provide increased programming. So in the budget there, so we have been contributing for the recreation programming. We have been contributing funds that we have gained through donations and everything to ensure that the program is running. And that is taken, those funds are generally from donations, and they're generally, we try to gear them towards food support, but we do notice such a benefit that with the recreation that we do divert some of those funds to recreation, which it does pay off, but does make it a little bit more difficult for us to meet the food needs. So that's recreation piece. Youth program in the area. So over in 2023, again, we worked with both the high school and the elementary school, much like with the recreation piece. We wanted to make sure that we had a strong and consistent presence throughout this year. The vulnerability rate has increased significantly, and our numbers have increased. And we wanted to make sure that we had accessible programming that was low barriers for our students in the area. We wanted to make sure that we had familiar faces, friendly faces that the students could see, and we did notice a huge benefit from that. We successfully increased drop-in sports programs for youth. So basketball, badminton is new this year, which is kind of out of left field, but they love it. And noting, so for the youth program, the student report that we did with the elementary school and the high school here in 2022-2023 school year, it noted that out of 160 students, 80 students were identified as vulnerable, which is a very large increase from the year before. And so 54 students from the year before. So that's a huge jump. So youth programming is essential here. So this year in 2024, we're hoping to maintain our consistent presence at the schools. I myself, so on Wednesdays, I go to the high school and I sit in the foyer and I work out of the foyer and I'm just there. And I have basic necessities with me, and the kids can come visit. I just work there. We attend they have the SOGI, the Sexual Orientation and Gender Identity Group. We can partake in on Wednesdays at lunch and just hear what the kids are saying. It's allowed for a way better relationship, a way bigger reach. And we notice that in hearing what the kids need and what they want. A huge issue is food support. Again, it is, we have a snack fridge at the high school, and I fill it up 3 times a week, and it's empty all the time. And the kids are hungry. And so we need to make sure that the kids have somewhere to go, somewhere, a safe adult in the community. And it needs to be more consistent. We need to make sure that we're there, we're available, and we're present. And the benefits of that are noted, especially children in rural areas. We need to make sure that they have a safe adult that they can identify in the community outside of school and outside of their family, that they know where they can turn to for support. And throughout this last year, that has been a benefit. There are youth in the community here that do not have other support outside of school. So when we add another adult who's choosing to partake in their day and in their lives, that's life-changing for them. And it's important. So over the last year in 2022, we have contributed 30%. We've increased our contributed funds to the youth program by 30%, which
Cheyenne,
are mainly community donations.
if I can get you to wrap your comments up, that would be great.
Yeah, and so 30% we've added to our funds for just solely for the youth program. So in 2023, we estimated it would be about 9,000. It was just over 10,000, and so in 2024, we're estimating it'd be 10,005. So we're just asking for $1,000 to help with the wage support, just to increase the visibility. And that's it.
All right. Thank you very much. Directors, any questions? Director McMahon.
Yeah, I appreciated the statistics about vulnerable youth. I'm just curious, because I don't know much about this area, who compiles these statistics, and what makes them vulnerable?
So the vulnerable youth are identified through like our youth worker, through youth workers, through collaboration with Sunshine. Like if the youth worker from community services is also working at that school, they would be able to have input on how many vulnerable youth they have noticed, as well as the principal. So it's a collaboration where we all come together and work and see how many are we noticing.
And then I think the follow-up to that was sort of what the consideration for what makes them vulnerable.
Consideration would be lack of support at home, financial. It would be, so we would be able to identify vulnerable youth by who's providing clothing, food. Often the time it is the school, it is us who are doing that. So we're able to identify those students quite easily. And then just general, I mean, all with confidentiality, but where a youth outreach worker or someone at the school can say, I know situation, this person would be considered vulnerable. It's not necessarily a checklist and we have to qualify. It is just looking at individual circumstances and identifying it.
Okay, thank you. Director Lee?
Interested in the volleyball. I actually played in the volleyball team when I was there.
We need you as a coach.
Yeah, I was wondering how come normally the school, when I was there, the school provided that facility, including before school and after school practices for volleyball. What's different now that you're involved in that as a community school?
So last year there was, we had enough interest and enough students to start team sports at the school, just through the school. But a lot of our teachers that come, they're not from the area. So, and they need a teacher teacher representation, and they also need a coach. Either that's the teacher or someone else. So getting people here early is difficult, and then transportation for the kids is difficult. So before school transportation to do practices is extremely limited, and it's difficult to get them there, even if they want to. After school is the same thing, and it's a bit easier though. We found that when we opened it up as a drop-in, there was less difficult. Kids could come when they could, and it wasn't a hard practice. They had to be there. They were in trouble. Like, they're not on the team. It was accessible for them. This year, though, we did have community coaches who were able to provide that, but they also encouraged them to continue the drop-in volleyball because we're new. Our school's new at it, so we have lots of skills to gain still.
Okay, thank you.
And just a follow-up question, is there a formal team that does, I think they used to call it intramural or something? In other words, you actually played against other schools? Is that happening there as well?
Yeah, so this last year, so I think looking forward, they will be doing hopefully a basketball team. We just wrapped up the volleyball team, so there was actually a boys team and a girls team that did, and they did the tournaments, and we traveled all over, and they were able to partake in that this year, which was amazing for them. It was a huge success, and they were very happy.
Great, thank you.
All right, thank you. I don't see any other hands up, directors? No? So thank you very much, Cheyenne, for presenting to us today.
Thank you.
And we're going to move on to Seashell Community Schools Society regarding 2024 requests for the youth center and youth programs.
Thank you, everyone. I'd just like to say, to start by thanking the board for the support to Seashell area youth and families over the years. The youth center has become a really valuable service, and it's because of the support that you have given. We operate Monday to Friday after school, which research has shown is the most vulnerable time for school-age kids, because that's the time when they're often at home with access to computers and online services without any parental oversight. And often that's when risky behaviors do occur. We have 2 youth workers who support the youth. We always make sure that we have a welcoming and inclusive environment, so it doesn't matter what you look like, what you believe, who you love, you're welcome at the youth center, and we really strive and work hard to make that a safe space. We have access to the youth center and the gym, so we have 2 staff on to make sure that we have good supervision over time. In the history of our program, we have been very heavily tweens, so that's kids in sort of grades 5 to 7, but that's changing. Since COVID, we've seen not only an increase in attendance at the youth center compared to the years just prior, but we're seeing a lot more youth, and we're seeing a lot more vulnerable youth. We're seeing kids that are struggling at school. We are seeing kids who are generally they're basically banned from most other venues or services. On the coast, they're kids who are more likely to be engaged with youth outreach. And we're seeing so far this year, 30 to 40 of these youth a day. So they're bigger bodies, they eat more food. We're seeing sort of more behaviors, and our staff have been working harder to collaborate in the community. So reaching out to the youth liaison officer, when I believe is now no longer in this position, reaching out to the alt school and meeting with other agencies to work around supporting youth, and really trying to collaborate to see how we can make sure that there's this safe space, but these kids are getting connected to outside supports as well as just coming in as a recreation-based program. We are seeing more need for just interventions, as far as we've had kids with health crises, we've had kids with social emotional issues that are coming. So the demographics are changing and the needs are changing in our youth. We're also recognizing that Sea Shelter is reporting a lot more behaviors, a lot more vandalism. There are a lot more fights. Shane mentioned bullying, cyberbullying is also an issue. So we're seeing behaviors starting to spike with kids and a need for service. So in a nutshell, our request for the increase, and I acknowledge that we did request the increase last year, a fairly significant increase. I'm asking for it again this year, and it's literally just to make sure that we can keep staffing. And our case in point, we raised our wages and committed to raising wages last year. We were able to hire an amazing staff person based on that small increase, and unfortunately, we've already lost her. And she's still going to be a benefit to our community. She's going to be working with community services and youth outreach. But now I'm in a situation where, again, I'm having to rebuild, and we're going to be, we're going to try to stay open till Christmas, but I have to then close until I can find staff. So being able to pay people a living wage or close to a living wage is essential. We're facing also hard costs around significant increases in food. We're looking at just the reality of internet goes up every year, insurance goes up every year, all of these hard costs, which for years, being a nonprofit, I have just sort of kept the budget the same, recognizing that the board, you have a lot of priorities and there are a lot of other needs in our community, but in order for us to be sustainable and try to maintain this service, it needs to be adequately resourced, and I haven't done a good enough job of doing that over the years. So literally with the changes and just, how difficult it is to live on the coast, our model of trying to pay people less or because of staff turnover, not needing to raise wages, isn't working, and this service won't be sustainable if we can't pay staff more. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Director Bax.
I want to thank you, Mr. Chisholm, for your work as a real frontline worker, helping vulnerable youth and trying not to sound like a broken record, but have you met with Leslie Clark of the Foundry program?
Yes, we met last June, and I'm going to be meeting with Amy LeBlanc and Leslie as well to look at how we can collaborate a little bit more, or perhaps how we need to change the youth center to be more relevant.
And I'm going to urge my peers here at the table to do everything they can to help with this program. I know it's not going to be a panacea, but it is going to be a bit of a help. I know it's a little off subject. I'm sorry. Thank you again.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from directors? Director White?
Yeah, I want, the presenter touched upon a budget increase request last year. And one thing I don't see just in our materials today is the budgets going back a few years. And I'm just wondering what that ended up being, if that increase was integrated into the budget, or is there something? I see numbers of participation numbers over a number of years, but I don't see budget.
Funding level.
Okay.
And I did submit the budgets for last year's actuals and this year's current versus actual, and projections for next year as well.
Okay.
Thank you. The chart on page 55 at the bottom lists the funding levels back to 2014. So, Director Inkster.
Thanks, Chair. As I mentioned previously, I probably shouldn't be part of the decision-making process when it comes to that. But I just want to let the board know that as we've seen within our own decision-making for our own staff and the municipalities and the regional district, and the requests for wage increases at that level over the last number of years, we have to expect that the social service providers, that includes the community schools, will be receiving the same kinds of wage pressures and/or requests from their staff to meet the needs of trying to live in our society with the increased housing and living costs. So keep that in mind when we hear the concerns from the coordinator of the Seashell schools, that they're facing the same pressures that we have to meet at the local government level, and their starting wage and or average wage is much lower than ours. So keep that in mind when you make decisions regarding helping fund with the really good youth programs and the workers in our community. Thanks.
Thank you. Director White?
Yeah, I've got a question for staff, just around looking at Pender Harbor and Seashell, and I think this comes up every year. I always have to get my head around how we deliver these programs coast-wide and the differences in that. And I think my general understanding is that Gibson's area is a contract to a nonprofit that so it doesn't come up in these budget requests every year. I'm hoping to be reminded of that, and maybe it's something that we need to look at for round 2.
CFO?
Thank you, Chair. So is the question essentially how youth services are delivered on the Sunshine Coast? Yeah, that's something we can bring as part of round 2 to explain that, because there are different variations and there's multiple different programs that are being offered. And I would even include things like the Pender Harbor Community School now, as far as some of the recreation that they're running, because I think we should examine what type of programs are being delivered in alignment with the services that, or essentially the services that are paying for that through the regional district establishment, and whether or not that still is in alignment with that. So, I mean, we can bring some further information. There's been a lot of historical reports. There was quite a deep dive done in 2013 when there were service alignments, and there are also some deep dives with our auditors. And so some of those misalignments were supposed to be addressed through a new service called social service. And that particular service or going forward hasn't gone forward. So we still have misalignment with, I think, Local Government Act provisions. So there's a lot to unravel. I don't know if one staff report, it would do it, but it's a long sordid history and has a lot of connectivities to various community service programs, community schools, as well as regional district services. So
Maybe it's something to follow up on outside of the budget process. I don't think it's something we want to try and dive into right now. Go ahead.
It's just a challenge that I think we need to acknowledge for every budget process, and that especially when we hear concerns about workers delivering similar youth programs across the coast, but from different nonprofits, different societies. It's something we as a board, it's incumbent upon us to consider this equitably and consider that treat these different programs and nonprofits as equitably as we can, despite the can of worms that was just explained by our staff. So that's why I raise it.
Okay, thank you. Directors, any other questions for our presenter? Director Inkster.
Yeah, I know a lot about the program, as I've indicated to you. Yeah, sure. I know a lot about the program, as I've indicated to you, Chair, and I think what Director White is referring to is equitable funding models in us talking about it further. So, thanks.
Thank you. I guess that's it. I see no other hands, so thank you.
Thank you for your time.
All right. Next up, Annex F, pages 67 to 144. Scredo, come on up.
Good morning, everyone. I'm just going to get our presentation queued up on the screen, and then I'll pass it over to our chair, Mickey McCartney, who is joining us via Zoom and will be elevated to presenter, I'm assuming, any moment, who will walk us through that presentation. I might just borrow a hand to... Okay, and share it. Got it. Perfect.
Good. Good morning. Mickey McCartney, Chair of the Board of Directors for Scredo. Joining me today are John Sutherland, Treasurer, Mike Price, Secretary, and board members Aaron Joe, Gaetan Royer, Darnell DeSeekers, and Bruce Thompson. I want to begin today by acknowledging that Scredo's work takes place on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territory of the Sechelt and Squamish peoples. An update on our next slide, Colin. An update on work in progress. In October of this year, Scredo's Board of Directors met with elected representatives and the CEOs from the town of Gibsons, the District of Sechelt, and the Sunshine Coast Regional District. The purpose of the meeting was to review and analyze the original intentions related to coordinated economic development. We assessed Scredo's progress and shared perspectives, insights, and recommendations. The discussion identified areas for improvement and potential for comprehensive strategy to enhance the local economy on the Sunshine Coast. The Scredo Board and Executive Director listened. We have begun developing a 2-year strategic plan. We will align our priorities with the priorities of our funders further to advance community and economic development. We will submit the 2024 work plan and budget to funders by January 2024 as per the service agreement. Our plan aims to create a resilient and inclusive regional economy aligned with community values. We focus on 3 outcome areas: entrepreneurial governance, local economy, strengthening, and collaboration, all with objectives and measurable progress. Our first key result area: 1, establish Scredo as a top business consultancy for investors to build the coastal economy. Implement a communication plan to tell our story and inform funders and the community. 2, strengthen our relationship with funders. Review the terms and objectives of our service agreement. Implement clear policies and processes. 3, our priority is economic growth and innovation. We will stay focused on this core direction. We will evaluate our involvement with other organizations and committees. We plan to ensure progress and maximum staff and board time resources. 4, prioritize sustainable and deliberate actions that promote long-term success and well-being, maintain a sustainable business model, reevaluate the staffing model to ensure sustainability and resilience, identify and generate income sources of revenue to diversify revenue streams, undertake special projects, and seek grants. Under strengthening the local economy, our second key result area, the 3 goals are: 1, enhance existing assets, encourage reinvestment in storefronts, boost government spending on coastal business, promote our Keep It Coastal brand, celebrate the power of shopping locally, highlight the benefits of a living wage, develop a strong marketing plan with partners, actively promote key opportunities through targeted investor events, publish regular reports, including quarterly State of the Coast updates and an annual economic report card. We aim to attract new investments to the coastal economy. 3, investigate innovative projects with significant impact, organize ideation sessions to support these projects, establish expert task force to gather emerging ideas, engage with the community to promote these ideas and innovations. Under collaboration and partnership, aligned economic development objectives with local governments, input, prioritization of regional economic development based on your priorities, collaborative efforts to achieve shared goals. 2, aligning our actions with our community partners toward economic development, a whole of community approach to understanding and supporting our partners' priorities. business associations, public agencies, anchor institutions, etc. 3, we will foster reconciliation initiatives, host business improvement forums, energize coastal business sectors, host business, I said that, energize coastal sectors, monitor alignment to avoid duplication. And 4, actively advocate for purpose-built rental and workforce housing, committed to implementing regional economic development plans. Our next steps. The priorities identified in our strategic plan that are included in your agenda will shape the direction, activities, deliverables, and performance indicators in our 2024 work plan. We are working on a budget, aligning our resources to achieve the desired outcomes. The service agreement details a financial commitment of $190,145 for the electoral areas for 2024, which will be reflected in our budget. We will submit the work plan and budget before the year's end and present it to all governments and individually in early 2024 for a more thorough discussion. We will work collaboratively towards our regional economy as a tool for self-determination and shared prosperity. Talking fast. I think that's it. On behalf of the board of directors and our staff, thank you. We see the refreshed strategic plan will ensure that we achieve our goals and objectives.
Okay, thank you for that. And thank you for stopping the screen share. Directors, any questions for Scredo? Unless there was anything further you wanted to add, Colin.
Maybe just as a point of clarification, I saw that in one of the annexes, there were the recommendations from staff. Is the intention for the recommendations based on this morning's delegations to happen immediately following ours, or when will that be taking place?
We will be going through the recommendations immediately after we finish with your presentation.
Wonderful, thank you.
Yeah. Director McMahon, I see your hand up.
Yes, somewhere in the many pages, I saw reduced expenditure for Seashell Fuse. So what is happening with Seashell Fuse?
So Seashell Fuse, prior to the beginning of last year, was located in Torito Street, and we'd been holding that space co-located with the Community Resource Center while conversations were underway about a Sunshine Coast Innovation Center. As those conversations went forward and kind of lost their footing, although they're being carried forward now by PICS, the Partners in Change Society, our lease came due and it was time to sort of re-explore that relationship. And so what we were able to do instead was co-locate with Community Futures. And it's been wonderful. Not only has it saved us money, it is now obviously saving them some money having us co-located, but then also just the synergy of having business associations working together in one space. At this point, I think we're sort of demonstrating what that business hub looks like in action through that Seashell location. So financial savings and an increase in the impact of working together.
Thank you. Director Lee.
Might be a little early, but I was wondering if you had any comment on the combined chambers. I know you've been working with the chambers independently. So what's your thought about a combined chamber?
Perhaps I could pass it along to Gaetan Roy, who's on our board of directors and has also been sitting on that steering committee of that chamber amalgamation.
Yeah, there's a task force that's been formed with the three chambers participating. The vote was unanimous to support the merger of the three chambers into one Sunshine Coast Chamber of Commerce. There's a period of about 3 months of transition that is proceeding right now, and the three chambers are working collaboratively toward closing and supporting a single chamber to represent all businesses.
I got a whole bunch of other questions about that, but this is probably not the place. Would you see it actually reducing your expenses a little bit because there is a single chamber? Sorry, Chair. Can I follow up, okay? Yes.
There is definitely going to be savings in terms of a single accounting, a single processing. Events are going to be larger. We hope to grow the membership as well. So there's definitely going to be more impact for less money.
That's good news. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Directors, any other questions for Scredo? Director McMahon?
Sorry, I haven't organized my question, but it's around the Hillside project. So is that envisioned as something that Scredo would take on? Do we have a separate, I seem to remember a separate budget proposal for that. Is that, would that be a contract outside of our regular contract with Scredo?
Thank you for the question. Yes, we've signed a separate agreement with that one, and so we'll be coordinating the flow-through funding that will go towards bringing in the capacity to deliver on the objectives that this board asked staff to take care of in 2024.
And I know it's on our carry-forward list, so Director Bax.
Oh, just anecdotally, I wanted to say that I had the pleasure of using the Fuse Hub in Seashelt as a liaison for the Senior Planning Tables Transportation Work Group. And I found it a great facility, and I look forward to using it again.
Thank you for those comments. I don't see any other hands up from directors, so I think with that, thank you, Colin, for your presentation. We are going to go back to our list of community partners. We've got some paper to manage this morning. Director McMahon?
Give me a page number for the list of community partners.
Good question. Let's see if I can give you a page number. 148. Okay. So directors, we should have a 2-page set of sample recommendations for us to work from that we received this morning. And we'll be going through these, and then we'll go to Annex G in the package. Okay? So first up is Gibsons and District Public Library. And I've got service participants. We do have a sample recommendation if one of the service participants is interested in making it. Oh, CAO McKinley, CFO Perot.
Thank you, Chair. So I think on Annex G, it actually addresses these.
Okay, let's go to Annex G then. Annex G. CFO Perot, did you want to introduce Annex G?
Yeah, no, we do have to go one by one. Sorry, we tried to streamline it, but.
That's okay. So we're still dealing with the Gibsons and District Public Library. Director McMahon.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to get all my different pages together here. This is. So in terms of Annex G, we are handling all these, and then we're going to the recommendations on page 145. Is that the?
We're going to go through the community partners that presented to us this morning
Okay.
first, then we'll go to Annex G.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yes, I would be happy to make the recommended or the recommendation number 1 for the Gibsons Public Library, although we don't have the amount for the Roberts Creek Library Service there.
When we get to that, that's going to be a separate motion. I do have that amount here.
Oh, okay, sorry, separate motion. Yes, I'm happy to make the motion to approve the funding recommended by the Gibsons Public Library.
Okay. And my participants are EF and Town of Gibsons on that one, and F's not here, so I'll look for a seconder from the Town of Gibsons. Thank you. Any discussion on this motion? I'll call the question. All those in favor, E and F, or EF and Town of Gibsons, that's carried. Thank you. Okay. Area D Library Service has a separate motion because it's a separate funding function. So Director Bax, I will look to you as the area representative. The amount, if you wanted to fill in that blank, is $89,685.
Okay, so that's an increase.
That is the total figure that I have.
Total figure, because I have got, my figure is 17,000. What is that, how does that play into it?
That's the Roberts Creek Community Library.
This is, right, this is my
Contribution
contribution
to the
to the
Gibsons.
Gibsons Library.
Correct.
Yes, I move that, that we incorporate that into the
The electoral area D contribution for 2024 Gibsons and District Public Library funding be approved at $89,685 from the Roberts Creek Library Service 646.
Thank you, yes.
That's what you said. And I've got a seconder for that. This will be voting all because it's a single participant service. Any discussion on the motion? I will call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Okay. First one's down. Next up, I'm not getting any panicked waves from staff, so we're going to keep moving. Next up is Pender Harbor Health Center. So I will look to the area director for a recommendation.
Recommendation number 1, please, Chair.
Recommendation number 2, based on the community partner recommendations.
Oh, okay. Which one is that?
That the 2024 budget submission of
Well, anyways, that
175,000.
one. I got the sheet here. I was trying to correlate the two.
Okay. So you're making that recommendation?
Yes, please.
Okay, and I've got seconders for it, thank you. Any discussion on that motion? All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Next up, we have Sunshine Coast Community Services Society Youth Outreach Worker. Now, I think there was some conversation about possibly referring the youth outreach and youth programs to round 2, pending some further information. Did somebody want to make a recommendation? No?
Youth outreach seems fine to me.
Youth outreach is, Director McMahon?
Well, I was going to suggest that we move these to round 2. Up, yeah, the community schools and the youth outreach.
CFO?
Thank you, Chair. So I wanted to just highlight, because we kind of brought up the topic related to youth programs, and the youth outreach would be one that would also, I think, fit within that discussion. This is one of the community groups that, as part of the some audits back when, and as part of establishing, or the contemplation of establishing a new social service function, that the authority for the regional district to continue to pay it out of a non-established regional district service was questioned. And so now that we're not proceeding with establishing a service, and where this particular funding comes from, I think we should have a discussion about how we want to proceed with continuing to fund it in contemplation with the other services, because we do have some misalignment with some other ones as well. So that should be contemplated, or at least address how we might address it in the future.
Before we proceed, can I suggest we just take a 5-minute recess? I want to go talk with the staff about how we're going to proceed forward with the rest of the agenda. Okay, thank you. Welcome back. It's 11:29. Director McMahon, I see your hand up.
Yes, I believe that Director Toth was going to put words in my mouth. I made a motion, but he has elegantly rewritten it.
And so that would be that community schools programs and the community services youth outreach worker request be referred to round 2 pending further information on historical funding from the SCRD. Okay, and I've got a seconder for that. Given that these are a variety of voting, I'm just going to do voting all for this and we'll go from there. Any discussion on the motion that's on the floor? All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much. Okay, back to our regularly scheduled programming, which is, this list got real short real fast. Scredo. I would like to make a motion, well, I can't make the motion because I'm not one of the funding participants, but I would suggest that perhaps it be referred to round 2 pending receipt of the 2024 work plan. Director McMahon? Oh, Director Lee. You're making that motion? Thank you. Do I have a seconder for it? A, B, D, E, or F? Seconded. Any other discussion on the motion? All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Okay, we have the Sunshine Coast Emergency Program Search and Rescue recommendation, which this one is voting. Who's voting on this? Search and rescue. All? This will be voting all. So I would look for a recommendation that the 2024 budget submissions from the Sunshine Coast Search and Rescue Association, $19,000. Sunshine Coast Marine Rescue Society Station 12, Half Moon Bay, $5,100. Pender Harbor and District Marine Rescue Society Station 61, $5,100. And Gibson's Marine Rescue Society Station 14, $5,100 be approved and incorporated into the 2024 Round 2 budget for Function 222 Sunshine Coast Emergency Planning. Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this motion? All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Okay. That takes us to the end of our presentations and dealing with the motions required for those. So next up, we have Annex G, Community Partners 2024 Budget Requests. Of the recommendations that are listed on page 145, we have dealt with the Half Moon Bay Chattelich Community School, Roberts Creek Community School, and Gibson's Area Community School by referring those to round 2. CFO, did you want to provide any other opening remarks to this report, or?
The submissions for the various groups that we're doing in a block, they're here from a process change that's introduced for 2024 to streamline, meaning that there's no significant or material change as far as their budget request from year to year. They'll just be moved forward for consideration. So that's what we're doing here in a block. So their budget submissions and service requests are within the agenda. And the community partners have been offered the opportunity to be a delegation if they want to present to a future committee as far as what programs and services that they're offering to share with the committee. So if there's any other questions, staff can try to assist or we can relay them to our community groups. Thank you.
Thank you. Director McMahon.
Yes, I'm just clarifying. I think you said this, but I want to be absolutely clear that in the recommendations on page 145, under 2, 3, 4, 5th bullet, 6th bullet, 7th bullet are all community schools.
And
So
we've already referred those to
we're
round
gonna-
2
Good.
pending
We've
further
referred
information.
those to round 2, so everything else is still in this omnibus recommendation.
And even as an omnibus, it's not really that omnibusy because part of recommendation 2 is voting all directors, but then the Gibsons and District Chamber of Commerce is areas E and F, although I don't have my area F director here today, so does that make it voting all? So those are all, okay, so recommendation 2, all of those bullets are voting all directors. Director White?
I'll make that motion of recommendation 2, including the last one, but yeah, with the obvious omission of the community schools that the chair has already noted.
Thank you. And I have a seconder for that. Any other questions or comments on the motion? All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Recommendation number 3 is that funding for 2024, 2025, and 2026 be approved for the following. Coast Cultural Alliance, $8,000 per year, functions 531 to 535 evenly, and Sunshine Coast Tourism, $20,000 per year, functions 531 to 535 evenly. But before I look for that recommendation, I'm going to go to our CFO.
Yeah, just wanted to note for the Coast Cultural Alliance and the Sunshine Coast Tourism that there was a request and there is correspondence included in the package here to enter into a 3-year funding agreement for this particular function. So that is also part of the subsequent motion. And so staff are we think it's a great opportunity to also streamline both our process as well as theirs, because there's no change from the 3-year proposed for the funding. So we'll just draft a service agreement as we do for all of the partners and move that forward so you wouldn't see it for next year. Thank you.
Thank you. And there's also recommendation 4, and that the delegated authorities be authorized to execute the associated funding agreements for 2024 to 2026, which is electoral area directors. Director McMahon?
So will those funding agreements come back to us? And if so, when? Or we're just going right ahead?
I think this is our chance to see them, so
Brilliant, thank you.
are you moving a recommendation for me?
I could move 3 and 4. I'm daring.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And I saw somebody second that. This is voting A, B, D, E, and F. I don't see any other hands up, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. And recommendation 5, further that the 2024 to 2028 financial plan be amended accordingly. I've got a mover, I've got a seconder. All those in favor? That's carried. Okay, thank you. And that takes us to the end of Annex G. Annex H, pages 295 to 300, 2024 to 2028 financial plan outlook. Turn this over to our CFO.
Thank you, Chair. So part of the annual financial planning process, and generally when we do our pre-budget kickoff, we'd like to provide a little bit of an internal and external scan as far as what some financial indicators are, because some of these considerations need to be factored into our decision-making as far as, you know, what's happening in the world and how it will impact the regional district. So we've just provided a little bit of information related to CPI factors, but we always like to ensure that people understand that CPI is not a great indicator for a local government, and some local governments, much larger than us, actually do create their own municipal indexes. And those particular factors are things like construction indexes, commodity indexes, because typically we need to understand what is impacting our costs. And so, as you know, over the last year, you've seen significant increases in contract costs, and that has been reflected in increased labor, increased commodity prices, such as materials such as steel. And so those impact the regional district. And so we are coming for a lot of amendments. And so some of the financial plan and budget proposals have considered significant contingencies. And so that has been a change in how we develop budgets and how we procure goods and services. So we also wanted to understand what the labor market was looking like, and so we are seeing some slight changes related to the labor market, and so there is a little bit of a slight upswing in unemployment. The British Columbia is still very stable, especially Vancouver Island, as which the Sunshine Coast is factored in when we look at the statistics. And we also wanted to include and highlight the cost of borrowing. And so in the particular chart, we do provide some information related to borrowing cost. But as you know, the regional district is having to take on a lot of new infrastructure, and we're having to debt fund those types of things. And so debt funding is also considered as part of our capital plans and how to fund services going forward. So you'll see that the trend is looking upwards, and we are budgeting a significant amount again for 2024. And so we just have to understand what the implication to the regional district is, especially as it relates to higher interest rates, both from our short-term borrowing and as well as our long-term borrowing. So long-term rates are just a little under 5% right now. And we still have some significant projects, both from solid waste and water, that will likely still need some components of debt financing to fund those particular projects. And of course, we are receiving lots of substantive grants that have deferred increases to user rates and parcel taxes and tax. So we'll continue to pursue those for all of those projects going forward. And so we also wanted to just provide a little bit of internal scan, which we highlighted at the beginning of the presentation, both the CAO and I, just as far as some of the decisions that have come forward that have impacted the budget and some that you are going to have a little bit outside of the budget. And so we just wanted to make sure that people understood what those things were, such as our collective agreement changes have been factored into the financial plan already, so you know what those what-if scenarios are. Another thing I didn't highlight at the beginning is the communication plan, which is included here, which is that the regional district has already undertaken a couple of presentations related to water utility rates last week. And so if the public has not seen them, they are recorded and they're on YouTube to view. And so those were relatively well attended, and they were both on Monday and Wednesday evening of last week. And we do plan to do some budget presentations to some of our community groups online and hopefully in person, as well as our member municipalities. And of course, we have our Let's Talk page for people to engage, and these meetings are public for people to attend as well. So if there are any questions, I'm happy to take them. Thank you.
Thank you. And just before I look to directors for questions, can I have a motion to receive all reports and delegation materials, please? Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Carried. All right. Director Inkster.
Thank you. We've talked a number of times today about wage and material increases. The rate increases that the Director of Finance has mentioned is historically, I think, low. The only way that I think that as a board we can make changes to that is maybe term discussions, but I think that might be a financial discussion. So those other costs are interesting, but they're reflective of the inflation that started to occur a number of years ago. It's just the rate issue that I would think maybe we can talk about as part of a financial plan and how we look at terms. Thanks.
Thank you. Directors, any other comments or questions? Director Gabias.
Thank you, Chair. And something piqued my interest. The water info sessions, do we have numbers on how many people attended? And another question would be like, how will the budget sessions be communicated to the public so that we have a good attendance?
So I'm not sure if we have the manager communications online, but essentially we have significant information both in the newspaper, our website, online media like Facebook and other avenues that we typically advertise. We also send out a blast to all of our community groups. I think there's well over 100 of them. And so we ensure that they know the dates and times and places of those. I don't have the statistics as far as how many people were online to those sessions, but they are still available to view, so it continues to count those as people come to the site. And we can get those for you if you like.
Thank you. Director Bax.
Yeah, I appreciated CFO's comment about the difference between the cost of living increase that is usually monitored by different organizations, and that's based on consumer spending. But the regional district is not an average consumer. Is there, and so you track the differences in the in the prices of the things that we purchase and consume? And is there a year-over-year percentage increase that you can share with us in, I'm sure it's somewhere in here, as our own kind of internal CPI?
So there's not a formally adopted municipal index or price index. The city of Calgary, I think the city of Abbotsford, has established their own. And so we do look at those as sort of indicators. Types of things that we want to look at too is what are we doing that's similar but there are certain things that we don't do compared to large municipalities like that. So they do things like, they do protective services a lot differently, for example. They have their own police services. So there are some other considerations. So we look at things like construction price index as obviously our fuels and utilities from an operational standpoint, and also commodities-based items, so things like copper pricing, steel pricing. So some of those just get factored into our contract costs, and so it's not a one-size-fits-all. It's kind of all over the map. And it's also because there's not a lot of competition on the Sunshine Coast. So that is, I think, a unique challenge of the regional district, is our ability to procure goods in a more competitive marketplace. So that definitely is a factor. So people who come off coast have to mobilize, so we have mobilization costs. So those are just some other considerations. So like I said, we don't have one established, but we definitely look at some of those considerations. And most certainly, as people have developed their project development sheets and proposals for this year, those types of things have been factored.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands up. So, and this was just for information, which we've already received. Directors, I've been informed that lunch has arrived. I'm wondering if you'd be interested in indulging me going through Annex I before we break for lunch. So I see a couple thumbs up. So with that, we're going to move on to Annex I, and then we'll take our lunch break. With that, I think it's back over to the CFO.
Thank you, Chair. So as part of the annual budgeting process, we always look at the support service allocation. And so the support service allocation is for overhead costs related to information services, some aspects of legislative services such as communications, our reception center, finance, our mapping services. And as part of doing that, we always look at ensuring that costs are distributed amongst the services equitably. So this year, we're making some proposals to realign our IT services with how those particular services are delivered to our various divisions. And so there has been some changes to both the IT policy and how those are allocated, as well as our property information mapping. We also, as part of the policy review committee, there was a note to make some exceptions. And it's not to say that the CAO doesn't have considerable input in some of this, but when we make changes to the policy, it has financial plan implications. And so as the financial plan can only be amended or approved to be amended by the board, we are saying that essentially there shouldn't really be any exceptions. The part of the review or the policy should be static and amended through the financial planning process. So we have a copy of the proposed changes to the policy included and are here to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Directors, Director McMahon.
Yes, I really appreciated the table on page 313. I don't believe I have ever seen the costs broken out in that kind of detail, and it was helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other, Director Lee.
Thank you, Chair. I'm looking at page 305, and I'm looking at the 15% that's allocated across all functions. Could I get a little more explanation on why that is being done that way, rather than just all positive as the rest is?
So you're looking at 4.3B.
Yes, 4.3B on page 305.
Thank you.
I think this goes back to essentially best practice. So when the policy was first developed, we looked at other regional districts and how they allocate. And so there's recognition that all services of the regional district essentially benefit from some of these particular services, but not directly. So for instance, we may have some granting functions that although they may not have direct communication benefits, they're benefiting from communications as a whole. And so an overhead of 15% was allocated.
Thank you. Any other questions, directors? If not, there are some recommendations on page 301.
Move the recommendations on 301.
Director White, you're moving the recommendations as presented, and I've got a seconder. Any other discussion on the motion? This is voting all directors. If not, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. And with that, it's 11:50. We're gonna stop for lunch. 40 minutes, directors? I don't think we need a whole hour. So we'll be back here at 12:40, 12:30. And welcome back to the Finance Committee meeting for the Sunshine Coast Regional District for December 4th. Next up in our agenda, we're going to be going to the 2024 Budget Capital Planning Update, Annex J in the agenda package, starting on page 315. And we'll turn it over to Manager Doyle.
Thank you, Chair. Hopefully my volume is sufficient today. Okay. The purpose of this report is to provide a summary update on general factors that are influencing the long-term financial planning at the SCRD. Capital plans seek to stabilize the annual funding that is committed for capital renewal and have historically targeted a 2% annual funding increase to align with CPI. As CFO Perot mentioned earlier, this has been a challenging target for several years due to increase in interest rates, fluctuating inflation, and a general volatility in the cost to complete the projects here at the SCRD. These factors have combined to challenge the sustainability of the long-term capital plans and will be continued to be monitored by staff on an annual basis. Understanding these factors and how they impact capital plans is an important part of the informed decision-making process. If there are any questions on this report, staff are here to answer them.
Thank you, Manager Doyle. This is just for information, this particular one. Directors, any general questions before we start diving into it? Director Bax?
It appears on page 316, the annual CPI chart for Bank of Canada, and I noticed there's quite a big bump, and we've all experienced that. And as I mentioned earlier to the CFO, we don't spend the way that a consumer spends, and so if you got any idea what the effects of inflation in our particular asset management and procurement. I don't know if procurement's not your department, but do you know what the percentage impact year over year has been from 22-23?
Thank you through the chair. It is a difficult target, and I think at the SCRD, we see a lag in response to these changes. As inflation goes up, we see that impact several years down in the future. And as the CFO Pro indicated earlier, we don't have probably the capacity to do that accurately on that level. But what we have been doing for the last several years is, creating a more robust comparison of what our projections were and what the actual cost of each project were. And we're using that information as we refine it to improve our contingencies and the considerations we need to have to make sure that our project budgets are as close to accurate as possible.
Thank you. Directors, any other questions? Last chance. Director Lee.
I was actually looking for the answer, but what that actually kind of indicates is that each service has to have a capital contingency built into it. How far ahead do you think you can forecast the actual level of a appropriate contingency? In other words, reserves, capital reserves. Like, should you be looking at them every year, or can you leave them for 2 years, or?
Thank you for the question through the chair. I think that's something that we're continuing to understand, how far in advance we can project our needs and the reserve requirements for each service. Each service, as you indicated, is independently funded, and they are all, for the most part, quite unique. So as we go through this capital planning and we become more mature and we have more sustainable, robust capital plans, we're able to narrow that contingency in our buffer. And I think that, that as we become more confident and more sure, we can reduce that buffer and draw a bit closer of a fine line. But for now, we are still, improving the processes. So it's a difficult thing to say exactly at this point.
Follow up, go ahead.
It's probably an opinion I'm asking of you, but because each service has to have a plan like that, both for expense and capital, and yet the municipalities don't have to do that, does that mean they can have a smaller reserve that they can use for emergencies? In other words, are we hampered by legislation pretty bad here, or? I know it's an opinion, but.
Yes. Manager Doyle, did you want to?
Thank you. I think that where the municipalities have a benefit is that they're more flexible in their ability to move funds between different services. So I wouldn't say they need a smaller reserve per se. It's just that their reserve can be reutilized between services with flexibility that we don't have. And any service that we are responsible for that doesn't have a sufficient reserve faces a situation where significant annual cost of that service may be experienced if we encounter a large cost that we haven't accounted for without a reserve. So I hope that answers the question.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Just one thing I wanted to add is that I can't speak for the town of Gibson's, obviously, but at least in the district of Sechelt, we do maintain sewer reserves separately from general government, and we also maintain our septage receiving reserves separate. So while we may be able to move stuff back and forth, we're actually, as a municipality, trying to move a little bit more towards the regional district way of keeping those pots of money separated. I don't know if Director White wants to comment.
Definitely got separate reserves.
Yeah, same sort of idea in Gibson's. Director Inkster?
Yeah, thanks. Obviously what you're saying is correct, but the fact of the matter is that if you don't budget for it and put the money aside, then you have to go back to the larger pot theory. So if the municipality doesn't have the money, then you are actually in a better position than we are. A good example is the Soyuz, right? That everyone's talking about. If you don't have the money, you don't have the money, and the larger pot may not matter if you don't have any money. So it's a good budgeting process.
Director McMahon?
Yes, since we've gone down a rabbit hole, I just want to point out that municipalities can have a general contingency fund. And that can be very helpful when things happen completely out of the blue, and we can't have such a thing. And that is unfair, and it's actually bad financial practice in my opinion. But nobody asked me when they wrote the rules for regional districts.
Thank you, Director McMahon. Okay, I don't see any questions. Or any further questions. We've already received this report. So with that, we're going to move on to the Community Recreation Facilities Capital Funding Review, Annex K, starting on page 319 of our agenda. And Manager Doyle, are you starting off, or? Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Let me just. The purpose of this report is to provide an update on the capital plan for community recreation services. I want to highlight that there are no requests to change the funding for this service. Previously, we have approved a 2% annual increase to this funding. Some key points of clarification before we open it for questions is I just want to highlight that recommendations 2 through 4 are legislative requests just needed to ensure that the debt funding that we previously requested for is approved. And number 5 is again, a legislative request, just the amount of money that this service needs to spend this year. If there's any questions from the board, we're happy to answer them.
Just before I go to the speakers list, I'm still a little confused on recommendation 4 because it's specifically looking for the previous approval to be rescinded. So I was just wondering if you could touch on that. I read the report late at night. Maybe it's there, but I didn't understand it. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So we had a project, I believe it was a brine chiller and a condenser. These are the fundamental pieces of the ice making equipment. And if Manager Van Belzen cringes here, it's because I'm wrong. That project was scoped in 2022, I believe. We asked for funding at that point. We had the engineer come in and assess the system prior to the design for the new system. And due to some modernization and some opportunities for control and risk, they've looked at replacing the brine chiller as one component, and then a phase where they replace the condenser and some auxiliary pumps and heat exchangers as a second phase. So we had previously asked for a combined debt of $917,600 to be approved, and we're now looking to ask for a different amount for a different purpose. We just want to make sure that we do it appropriately.
Great, thank you. Director McMahon?
Right, so there was a lot of reading in this budget report, and I got a little bogged down in a few places. So on page 321, under options and analysis, it refers to the previously approved 2% annual increase for capital renewal for the recreation facilities, but then it says alternatively a one-time increase of 5% and subsequent 2% could be done. Is that built into the recommendations, or is that separate?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So in a desire not to whipsaw back and forth as we see the interest rates and inflation, all these changes in the global financial factors that influence this capital plan, we have recommended that we maintain a 2% increase. With that projects that across the 20-year plan, we will significantly deplete the capital reserve for this. There are no specific parameters that decide when a capital plan is suitable and sufficient. So we look to some very basic ones. If the trend continues, this service will see a significant depletion of capital reserves, but we feel like we can wait to see how things play out for a year or two before we decide to recommend a fund increase. That alternative option was if we wanted to maintain a higher reserve balance at the current projections, we could choose to fund it with a 5% increase this year, subsequently go on with 2% increases, and that would look to maintain the reserve balance much closer to its current balance at the end of the plan. Does that answer your question?
But you weren't recommending it at this time, was what you were saying, I think.
That is correct. At this time, we feel like a 2% is sufficient in the near term. Over the long term, it doesn't create a plan that is wildly unstable, but it does result in a lower reserve, which is not ideal. I think over the next few years, as we go through, we will see how things play out.
And CFO Pro, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, just understanding and also for public's awareness that we have debt servicing for the 2 new facilities coming offline in the next couple of years. And so that has been introduced as contemplation for how we fund some of the shortfalls. So more information will likely be brought forward as we do that. Another budget proposal that is on the docket is the future needs assessment of the 2 older facilities. So in tandem with all of those considerations, that's why the just prudent recommendation to just stay the course, just understanding that we have a lot to sort out for this particular service over the next few years.
Thank you. Director Bax?
Yeah, on page 322, you talk in the conclusion about the increase in contributions to be $23,628, and that's staying at the 2% rate. And so my understanding that's the increase, and then so that if we were to create a 5% increase, it would be something closer to $60,000. Okay, I just wanted to understand that.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Director McMahon?
Yes, I just wanted to note that I am looking forward to the recreation service review for next year, and also the decarbonizing options, which I assume will be coming to us at some future time. I'm not sure if this is the place to ask, but we are substantially extending the hours of the Gibsons Arena to support the hockey team. Are we going to get any kind of analysis? That's not a capital thing, though. All right. I'll ask later.
Thank you, Director McMahon. We do have some recommendations on page 319. Director Bax?
I'd like to move the recommendations as they appear on page 319.
That's 2 through 7.
2 through 7.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? I do have a seconder. So this is voting B, D, E, F, Seashell, Gibsons, and SNGD. Any other discussion on the motion? Call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Next up, Annex L, starting on page 324, Community Parks, 20-year capital planning update. Thank you to our facilities and recreation folks for joining us. Manager Doyle, please don't go anywhere.
Thank you, Chair. So the purpose of this report is to provide an update on the capital planning for the parks function. Work continues on the development of a comprehensive service strategy for the parks to better inform the capital funding that is appropriate for this service. At this point, we recommend that the previously approved 2% annual increase continue. There is a recommendation too, is just a request to allow parks to spend some of the money for the projects that they've identified for next year that are critical to their service. If there's any questions, staff are here to answer them.
Thank you very much. Director McMahon.
Yes, great figure 1 on page 325 with the giant spike, and trying to read the legend, I at first thought that was for stairs, and I was like, how many stairs do we have? But then I figured out it was playing fields, which clearly are the most expensive part of our park system, bar none. I really look forward to the playing field strategy that's coming forward, because that's crazy expensive. It really is. And there's got to be a maintenance component too, because if you're going to spend all that money on putting them in, you darn well better maintain them, or else you're wasting your money. So thank you for the chart.
I've actually got a question to follow up on that, because figure 1 on page 325 shows that 20-year capital projection. But then attachment A on 327 shows a different set of fields expenditures. I'm just wondering if somebody could explain the discrepancy there.
So figure 1 was last year's 20-year capital plan, and the one on the attachment is from 2024 for the forward 20 years. There may be some adjustments in the contingencies we've used at this point. The detail in this plan hasn't been the highest level, is similar to the recreation and services, where we are in it and the capital plan is at a quite high detail. This one we've still adjusted based on information. So there might be some small changes, but the overall funding deficit that we're seeing is a similar magnitude as what was communicated last year.
Thank you. Director Bax.
I'm just curious as to how they plan this out. There's going to be a field apocalypse in 8 years. It's really like what's going to happen to our fields?
Thank you. So one of the things about the Parks Capital Plan is we've taken a lot of estimated useful lives based on best practices, and because there hasn't been a capital plan or a capital replacement program in place for so long, what we've noticed is that a lot of assets are already at the end of their useful life. And we presented that last year. I believe that 2023 had a massive amount of projects that were slated to occur at that point, and obviously that wasn't realistic. So we've asked the park staff to, as best as they can, extend the life of things based on how long they will last in their opinion. But there is not a existing comprehensive condition assessment we can fall back on. So we're doing the best we can with the resources to identify where some assets might be able to be extended. And so you see some of these are placeholders based on our best guess. Some of the fields, I believe Cliff Gilker was installed in the 80s, and they're supposed to have a slightly longer than 30-year life. So that would already have been slated to be replaced. So that's where you're seeing some of this. And that speaks to the need for us to refine their strategy and determine the level of service they want to deliver, and which and when and to what degree they want to replace big assets like that.
Thank you. Director McMahon?
Yes, I know that most of the fields on the coast are pretty rough. I mean, they look great from a distance, but if you walk across them or bike across them, it's more exciting. I would like to move the recommendations on page 324.
Thank you very much, and that's A, B, D, E, and F. I've got a seconder for that. Any other discussion on the motion on the floor? I will call the question then. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Next up, we have Gibsons and District Fire Protection Service 20-year capital plan update. Thank you to our park staff for joining us. Welcome, GM Hall.
So the purpose of the report in front of you, Annex M, is to provide an update on the Gibsons and District Fire Protection Services 20-year capital plan. Of all the capital plans in front of you today, this is the one that has the most significant projected funding need changes. And that is mostly related to the purchase of their large new fire apparatus. This apparatus is, like all fire apparatus, seeing an extremely rapid rate of inflation that is detached from any other high inflationary rates we've seen, regardless of the pandemic. Some of the reasons for this are the natural disasters on the East Coast, a lot of the flooding and hurricanes. What we've seen is you'll have 5 or 6 fire trucks in one town that are being completely flooded and need to be replaced. So it's created this high pressure on the manufacturing industry. That's one of the larger factors we've heard back from that industry that's causing this price increase. What this report has indicated is there's 2 different ways we can achieve the requisite funding for this service. One is to have an increase into the next year, 2024, and one is to wait until 2025 and do that increase. The reason that we've recommended the 2025 increase is that there's been previously approved an increase in funding. 2-step funding was 2023 and 2024 by the board, and we didn't feel the need to interrupt that previous approval. The implications are very negligible if you choose either way, but they're highlighted in the report. If there's any questions, staff are here to answer them.
Thank you. Director McMahon.
Yes, that fire truck, I believe it's now tripled from its original budgeted estimate, which is frightening. And I take it there's not much sign that the market for fire trucks is going to improve in the next couple of years, and we need it. That really sucks. Any further comments on the fire truck front?
So the budget we've put on here, because of the nature of funding through debt, is an upset budget. It's definitely includes some contingency factors to make sure we don't have to come back to the board after the alternative approval process in case that the fire truck is more expensive than we expect. Staff are currently working with other fire departments and with the purchasing department to review any opportunities to purchase a truck that already exists, a used truck, which is not ideal for several reasons, but effort is being made to contain that price as best as possible.
Thank you. Just before I go to Director Bax, I'm looking at recommendation 4, and it's asking for the funding commitment to be increased by $117,500 to $355 from $275. Those numbers don't quite add up. So I just wanted to flag that for staff before we make any recommendations to confirm those numbers. Director Bax?
Yeah, there's no Black Friday sales on a fire truck. So are you taking delivery of a new apparatus next year? And what is it? And is there an RFQ out, or is there an actual sale? Is there a contract with accompany? I'm just curious.
Would you like to know more about how the SCRD procures fire apparatus?
I'd love to. But yeah, I understand. One of the things I wanted to ask, you talked about trying to find a secondhand fire truck, and I know that's not optimal. But is there any, when we do asset disbursement, what's that word?
Disposal.
Asset disposal, is there any money in selling our old fire trucks to help offset the cost of our new fire trucks?
Great couple of questions. Who'd like to take those?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I will do my best just to handle this one, and if I'm wrong, my compatriots here will correct me. So as a fire truck ages, its utility really decreases rapidly, and as the fire truck approaches the end of useful life, there is really not much of a market for it. So from 20 to 25 years age, fire trucks still have some utility, especially in smaller communities like ours, and beyond that, it becomes negligible. And if you look on usefiretruckwebsites.com, you will see that a 30-year-old fire truck is almost as cheap as a 30-year-old pickup truck in some cases. So we do look to dispose of them or make use of them. We are able to take advantage of older vehicles in some of our rural communities because there's different protection standards, but there's not a significant return on investment for older fire trucks.
Director McMahon?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the option of deferring the cost to 2025. That always makes me a bit nervous because I don't like building, cost rises into next year's budget ahead of time. So what are the pros and cons there to deferring that cost?
Thank you for the question. The procurement schedule for the fire apparatus is not impacted by the option A or B, or either way. So they will start the alternative approval process as soon as they're permitted. We anticipate by midsummer they receive approval, if that is a successful process, and they will initiate the purchase of the fire truck. It is anticipated to be 12 to 18 months to deliver it, so it'll arrive in 2025, and that's when we see the costs incur on that service. So as far as potentially having inflation because we waited too long, that's not related to this decision on when we fund it. It's just when we see those costs come on. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Director Bax?
So, yeah, deferring to 2025, I noticed that there's also, if you look at the chart on page 331, you'll see that next year's cost increases are mostly the apparatus that they're expecting. And the year after, there's more equipment and work that's going to be done in the fire hall number 1. And I noticed there's a lull in the costs projected for the next 7 years. And is there any way to spread this increase, because it is quite a sizable increase, over that period of time, or that's what's being done? And so we don't have to, so you've spread it over the next 7 years, have you? Okay, just for clarity.
Thank you. And Director Lee. Oh, sorry, Director Lee.
I'm definitely not in the service, but I'm curious about the life of an apparatus. I think it's the frontline apparatus that has to be replaced in 20 years. This sounds like it's not the frontline apparatus, so we're replacing it just because it's getting pretty costly and not dependable. Is that correct? Or is there a 25-year something I don't know about?
Chief Michael.
Thank you for the question. That does sound like that's for me. So you are correct. In the ideal that we will be replacing the frontline apparatus by the time this comes up. So we were fortunate enough to be able to get some extended life from the current apparatus, but in our size of community such as Gibson's, we will have to replace our frontline apparatus. Our frontline apparatus will then become our secondary.
Thank you. Director McMahon?
Yes, I'd like to move the recommendations on page 328.
Before you, or as you are doing so, can I just get the numbers confirmed for recommendation 4?
Thank you for catching that embarrassing arithmetic mistake. The number should be, and that annual funding commitment towards capital renewal for the Gibsons and District Fire Protection Service 210 be increased by $80,000 to $355,000 from $275,000 starting in 2025 and be increased annually by 2%. And so it is a little bit of a Black Friday sale, Director Bax.
Good.
Thank you.
That's
Okay.
what I meant.
So the total is still good. It was just the increase that was incorrect. So I've got that moved. I've got that seconded. This is voting E, F, and Gibson's. So I've got 2 directors here. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to Roberts Creek Fire Protection Service 20-year capital plan update, Annex N, starting on page 332 of our agenda package.
Thank you, Chair. This is a rather simpler one. The purpose of this plan is to provide an update on the Fire Protection Services 20-year capital plan. We're recommending a 2% increase, and that 2% be granted perpetually thereafter. If there's any questions at this time, staff are happy to take them.
Thank you very much. Fairly straightforward, I hope. Director Bax?
I'd like to move the recommendations as they appear on page 332.
And I have a seconder for that single participant service, so this will be voting all directors. Any other comments or questions or discussion on the motion? All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Next up, we have Half Moon Bay Fire Protection Service 20-year capital plan, Annex O, starting on page 336 of our agenda.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. The purpose of this report is to provide an update on the Half Moon Bay Fire Protection Services 20-year capital plan, and similar to Roberts Creek, we're recommending that a 2% increase for 2024 and annually thereafter be approved by the board. If there's any questions, we're happy to take them.
Thank you very much. Director Gabias?
Thank you, Chair, and I know Chief Daly came all the way here for this, but I'm happy to move the recommendations on page 336.
Thank you, and I've got seconders for that. Again, a single participant service, so it'll be voting all directors. Any other discussion on the motion? All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much. And thank you to our emergency services staff for the rotating cast at the front table. Next up, we have Annex P, Canada Community Building Fund, Community Works Fund update and project status changes. I guess this is the end of Manager Doyle as well, so thank you, Manager Doyle. CFO?
Thank you, Chair. So this particular report serves as 2 purposes. One, to provide an update on the status of community works funds. We do typically provide an update, and I think the last one was at October Finance Committee. So there are a few proposals that are considered to use community works funds for budget proposals for 2024. There aren't very many, as there aren't a lot of rural area specific, but there is some further discussion related to community works fund and potentially using it for regional projects. The other purpose that this report serves is there are several legacy projects that have been sitting through the UBCM portal as far as legacy projects for active transportation. We did discuss those in last year's budget, and there was only one that was actually canceled. And so staff are recommending that all of these projects be formally canceled And there is further work to modernize active transportation and how we deliver that service on the Sunshine Coast. So these particular projects are so old, the standards no longer are relevant. And so the recommendation is to cancel them on our reporting to UBCM, which also means that we would have to repatriate those funds back to the rural areas, community works, and tax for them. So it's just an exchange of money. So the recommendation on page 340 would stand to change those, and we would update UBCM accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Director McMahon.
Yes, I am still trying to get my head around the paving of road shoulders. Now, I understand that the paving of road shoulders does not qualify as active transportation according to MOTI standards, but it has in the past been fundable through community works funds. And if we call it a paved shoulder, can we still do it? Because it not only improves the safety of the shoulder, but it allows room for fog lines along the roads, which dramatically increases the safety for vehicles as well.
So the question was, can we still pave shoulders even if they're not active transportation projects by name? Yeah. Okay. CAO?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think the answer is by MOU. The MOU we have with Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure doesn't define active transportation infrastructure the same way as they do for things like their grant programs. So the answer would be, if we wanted to use community works funds to pave MOTI highway shoulders, we probably could. It wouldn't be considered active transportation infrastructure by the province, so it wouldn't be eligible to lever any of those funds for any of the province of BC's grant funds that could be used for active transportation. The other challenge is that we would be accepting the responsibility for the design of these shoulders, for the construction of these shoulders, and for the ongoing maintenance of these shoulders. By default, we'd almost be voluntarily accepting downloading from the province for building and maintaining their road shoulders in these designated areas.
Follow up, Director McMahon?
Yes. We can have a long philosophical discussion about this. The particular project on Gower Point Road is the connection between Secret Beach and the town of Gibson's boundary. And my concern about that is that the town of Gibson's is supposed to be upgrading their portion of Gower Point Road right to the boundary. I'm not sure what would be involved in our doing the connecting portion of that and whether it's feasible. Because if it's very technical, if it's very complicated, we probably don't want to go there, like retaining walls come to mind. But at the same time, as the town has on their books a project to improve their portion of Gower Point, it seems like we should keep our options open where our portion of the road is concerned.
Interesting comments. Maybe we'll come back to that in just a sec. Director Bax.
Yeah, I'm trying to wrap my head around this whole thing, as some of the other directors have mentioned. So you've got two particular things in my area that are, three, that are being removed from the work order. And so this is money that's already been allocated to through UBCM grants. And has it been spent? And then now we have to tax the taxpayer to get the money back to return it to UBCM? Is that what's going on?
You basically have the gist of it, yes. Because if we're not going to carry on with the project, that money has to be returned to the gas tax pool.
But the money hasn't been spent, has it?
CFO?
So
Yes, so on the recommendation within the report, that's the funding that has been spent towards those projects. They have not materialized in any capital asset. They have been to do associated with capital work, not associated with capital works. So maybe staff time, maybe a little bit of engineering assessment, design work that has potentially been spent. And so that is as far as those projects have gotten. And I think upon further staff evaluation, and GM Gagnon can speak to it, is those particular projects based on the current nature of what's required, they'd have to be substantively changed. So we would have to bring back future proposals to consider new active transportation routes. So right now what we're recommending is we just abandon those projects, kind of wipe them off the list, and we just look forward instead of trying to modify the existing projects that are there.
Thank you.
I just wanted to follow up to clarify that this is $24,000 that we have to tax my area for. Is it, it's not going to be spread around the other areas, is it? This money is going to be asked from Roberts Creek taxpayers, this $24,000?
You're looking at particularly those three projects
Yes,
that
I
are
am.
Area D.
Yeah.
That taxation is
Yeah.
raised in Area D and returned
Yeah.
to gas tax. Just
We can't, there's no way we
thank
can
you.
recoup the funds
Let
from
me
anywhere
go
else,
to
right?
the CFO now.
So these projects or these amounts would be taxed through the services 665 for projects that relate to areas B, D, E, and F. Area A has their own active transportation or bikeways and walkways service, so their projects would only be funded through that particular service. So although the funds would be returned to the community works funds for that specific area, those amounts would be funded and shared by the service participants.
Thank you. So Area F is helping to reimburse these costs. Director Lee.
First off, I'm not going to pursue the projects, so it's okay anyways. But if I had decided to pursue them, I probably would have had to have paid this back because the work that was done wouldn't pertain to the final product now, right? Is that a correct thought? In other words, it's like you can't capitalize something if it's not capital. In this case, I can't use gas tax because it's not part of, it won't be part of the final project if I went to an active transportation. It was engineering done for a paved side of the road. And in fact, we needed engineering done for a active transportation, so I wouldn't be able to have used gas tax for that anyways.
I think if it ends up in a capital asset, you would have been able to capitalize like engineering works and things like that, but we'll look to the CFO.
Yeah, but in this case, I think we're acknowledging that we didn't transition to constructing an asset. So, and we're looking to abandon those particular projects as they stand. And some of these have been sitting there for almost 10 years. And so you'd probably have to redo all the engineering as well, so.
Thank you. But generally, yes, right? The engineering costs are part of the capital asset as long as you build the capital asset.
Even if you engineered the wrong thing and you changed your mind and engineered a new one, it would still be part of that capital asset then, from what you're suggesting.
I think that's part of why we're here to cancel these projects, is because anything that moves forward.
I don't think they'd qualify.
Yeah,
I think you're.
Exactly. Okay, Director McMahon?
Yes, with the chair's indulgence, I was just wondering if I could ask the town of Gibsons if there is any ETA on the Gower Point Road upgrades associated with Gospel Rock.
No.
Okay, there's that.
A wild guess, 3 to 5 years, more?
I'm not the one to ask about the wild gas.
Okay.
I've asked our CAO that question, and that's been the answer. It's not. It has to do with the the development of that Block 7. So much of it has to do with the phasing of it and, you know, getting the servicing done first. The focus right now is on civil engineering and phasing, the servicing. So, yeah, it's a stepped process.
Thank you. Director Gabias?
Thank you, Chair. There's one on Red Roofs Road I see there, and I'm wondering if that's one of those projects that has been kicking around for so long that it just wouldn't be. It would have to be redone from scratch.
2014, if I had to take a guess at it, but maybe GM Gagnon wants to weigh in.
Thank you, Chair. As mentioned by CFO Pearl, most of these have been around at least 10 years. So, and if the committee will remember, we did bring forward a budget proposal last year to consider re-engineering with some projected costs of these segments, which were in the millions, if I recall correctly. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands up. Oh, Director McMahon.
Yes, sorry. I would be interested in a reference back to the report. I remember we did have one last year, but if staff are able to point me in the correct direction, I will go back and refresh my memory. I'm reluctant to cancel the Gower Point Road one, but given the speed of the Gospel Rock development at the moment, I don't think it's likely that even in this term that we're going to see a substantive plan on the upgrades to Gower Point Road.
So are you moving recommendations, Director McMahon? Not yet? Okay. Well, only A, B, D, E, and F can move these recommendations. Director Lee?
I'm reluctant to move recommendations on behalf of other directors, but I would like to make a motion to remove the project for Area A.
Projects, the two of them?
Yes, for Area A.
Okay, we can do this one by one, sure.
If we have to do them one by one, it sounds like what we need to do, so.
Okay. Do I have a seconder for that? Seconded. A, B, D, E, and F. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Area B. Director Gabias?
Yeah, it's tough because I feel like we're starting a discussion about these shoulders, something that's really important to my community. So it feels weird to be removing something like this. But on the advice of staff, understanding that this has been around for a long time, I will move to remove the project on Red Roofs Road. How do I do this?
Yep.
Yeah, okay, got it.
Okay, and I've got a seconder for that. Thank you. All those in favor? That's carried. Area D, Director Bax?
You're talking to me?
I sure am.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, reluctant is a word. Good money after bad is an expression. It's really tough to see this, that we've, it's because of the granting body, the way that they've structured things, that we have to spend money in order to see what we can do, and then when we find out we can't do it, then we're on the hook for the money. So I would move the recommendations 15613 Lower Road, 614 Roberts Creek Village, and 615 Beach Avenue from
to be removed.
And further that the funds expended, etc.
We're not to that last part.
We're not that part yet? Well, that's my.
But thank you for your enthusiasm.
That's my motion.
Okay. And Director, yeah, I've got seconders for that. Okay, all those in favor? That's carried. And Area E, Director McMahon.
With enormous reluctance, I will move the removal of the Gower Point Road item. Not real pleased, but I do actually have higher priorities in other places, which we will come back to one of these days. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? ABDE. Thank you. Seconded. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. And can I get somebody to move recommendation 3? Moved. Seconded. Thank you. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to our CAO.
And don't feel any awkwardness. I wasn't hoping you were going to call me before the vote, if that was the worry, which I could totally understand. I was just going to say, removing these in their current format right now does not preclude a future discussion about looking at these in a different way in the future and potentially crafting new projects in the future that may be slightly different than what was envisioned now. And it might even be using future infusions of funding, and it may be in future eligible for other grant funding as well. So they don't necessarily die today, but they'd be needing to come back in a different format in the future.
Great, thank you for that. Moving on to Annex Q, starting on page 343 of our agenda package, we have divisional service plans. And directors, I don't believe we're going to dive into these in any great depth because they speak to the work that's already planned for 2024, as well as highlighting how, new asks feed into those work plans. I will look to senior staff if anybody wants to just provide a super high level overview of their particular sections. Otherwise, we'll look for questions from directors. And again, this is for information. The good news is it's 135 pages we can check off from our agenda. Director McMahon.
I did have a couple of just general questions about under corporate, under website. I was just wondering where we were at with loading our historical documents to the website. Is that built into the work plan? It doesn't actually mention that, but it's kind of important.
Corporate officer.
Thank you for the question. Yes, we're working on continuing to upload historical documents, but at the same time, what's happening with regard to our migration to SharePoint, to the new online cloud-based electronic document management system, we're also looking at ways that we can surface routinely releasable documents through an open document directory. So that's work that's kind of ongoing currently, and that would be something that we would see probably later in 2024 after we've done a full implementation into SharePoint.
Thank you. Director McMahon, you're good?
I've got more unless somebody.
You're the only hand, carry on.
Under GIS systems, we were hoping to see that
Page number? Sorry, page number?
369. I'm not sure whether this is GIS or planning. We were looking at this what's building in your neighborhood thing like Nanaimo has, which we all want real badly. So just wondering if it's in there somewhere imminently.
And we welcome GM Hall to the table.
Thank you, Chair, for the question. Yes, that remains part of staff's work plan, and it was affirmed through the Development Approvals Process Review report. Thanks.
Go ahead.
Okay, racing ahead to page 424, ports. I thought we were at the point where there was going to be a ports master plan coming forward. It was on a 10-year hiatus, and just wanting to refresh my memory about where that's at.
Thank you for the question, and welcome GM Gagnon.
Thank you, Chair. At this point in time, I haven't flagged doing a master plan on ports. That hasn't been raised. However, we are focusing on our capital asset renewal plan for ports so that we have an idea of what the long-term costs will be for the ongoing maintenance of our ports, which we anticipate presenting to the board in the fall of 2024 as a new capital plan. At this point, I don't have a board directive to open up the discussion on ports, but certainly that is at the board's perusal to be able to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. You got a follow-up to that one?
Yes, I would welcome the opportunity to open up the question on ports, although obviously having the budget estimates in hand would probably be the sensible thing first before we start arguing about them. But I'm not going to do anything further at this time as the Area F Director is not here. So, thank you.
Thank you. Director Lee?
I just wanted to compliment staff on the actual reports. They're extremely enlightening, and I understand a lot better now, so it was really nice to have these. Gives me awful good background for our next decisions, so thank you.
Thank you. Last chance at questions on the divisional service plans. I mean, we can always come back to them if somebody thinks of something later, but, okay. I think that's it for the divisional service plans. With your indulgence, directors, I would like just a 5-minute recess before we continue, just to confirm how we're going to proceed with the next few items on our agenda to conclude our day. So we'll come back in 5 minutes. Good afternoon, everybody. It's 1:34. Welcome back to the Finance Committee for December the 4th. Moving on to Annex R in our agenda package, which is 2023 project carry forward requests, starting on page 479. Did any of staff want to speak to the report itself?
No, just senior leadership are here to answer any questions. There's 3 projects that are being considered for cancellation. And again, that's just scope and nature of the projects have changed. So any information or more information, staff are here to answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And so directors, there's a big list of carry forwards here, and you may or may not have had an opportunity to go through it and see if there's other things you would like more information on. And so what I'm proposing is, for the moment, we only consider the recommendations that are here on page 479. If there is any further items that you would like more information on, we'll revisit this annex at the end of our agenda, whether it's tomorrow or Wednesday. We'll revisit this again. And so at that time, we can put together a list of things that we would like a little more information on, and those will come back to us at round 2 for discussion and decision on whether we want to cancel them as carry forwards. Does that make sense? Okay. So that being said, we do have recommendations in front of us. Are there any questions about either the recommendations or the report in general? I don't see any hands up. Would somebody like to move the recommendations? Director White, thank you. And I've got seconders for that. Any other discussion on the motion on the floor? This is voting all directors. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Any other questions before we leave Annex R? Like I said, we will come back to this at the end of our agenda, Tuesday or Wednesday, whenever we finish. So you've got a little bit of homework between now and then. Okay, so moving on to Annex S, pages 485 to 524, summary of proposed initiatives and carry forwards at round 1 budget by department. These are the big spreadsheets that we have. We're not going to dive into these in any great detail because all of the projects that are being proposed are in the subsequent reports. Directors, did you have any questions based on the spreadsheets? Or staff, did you have anything you wanted to highlight out of the spreadsheets? Okay, I'm seeing a whole lot of head shaking. So, okay, thank you. So then we're going to move on to Annex T, starting on page 525, round 1 budget proposal for function 350, regional solid waste. And I think we're going to do these. Oh, there's one thing I do want to flag now that we're getting into the actual budget proposals, is that there is the organizational review that is currently underway. So any projects that have FTE impact or considerations, any staffing impacts, we may want to consider deferring them to round 2, because we should have the preliminary results of the organizational review by then. So that can help inform us as we move forward with projects. And I do have a list of projects within infrastructure services. So my apologies if I miss anything, but we will move, I guess we'll just move through these one by one. So item number 1 on page 525, vertical expansion Seashell landfill design phase. I see that this is listed as.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, this is one of the projects that maybe I can clarify this a bit. There are several projects included in these proposals for water and for solid waste that require additional staffing. Those additional staffing are listed as a separate item later on the agenda. And this is one of the projects that, in order for us to complete the project, we need those additional staffing positions to be approved. So hence, I recommend this proposal to be brought forward at round 2.
Okay. Would somebody like to make that recommendation to refer this to round 2? Or are there any questions about this proposal? I'm just looking at number 1 on page 525.
Sorry, number 1, yes. So we're referring that to round 2. I have tons of questions about it, but.
Let's do the questions.
Yes, I remember at some previous meeting that we asked about raising the landfill, and we were told that we couldn't do that because our license was based on the volume, and we were close to the maximum volume for the landfill. Has that changed? Why is this proposal here?
Thank you very much for the question. Okay, maybe 2 steps back. Yes, we would still require provincial approval. We would need an amendment to our operating certificate for landfill in order to make this happen. So part of this budget proposal is to have those conversations with the province to see if there's, as well as with the Sechelt Nation, to see if it's actually feasible to do this. The actual construction of this project would be extremely expensive. And I'm talking here $100,000, maybe even over $1 million. However, if it could provide us with 10, 20, maybe even more years of landfill life, it's worthwhile to explore it in detail, because exporting waste would be really expensive in the long term. So that's why staff, instead of wants to do a deep dive on this subject to really see if there's any way we can do that. And in consultation with our consultants, with our landfill engineer, we came up with a solution that does not require any modifications outside of the current landfill. So also the implications would stay within the landfill. No expanding landfill footprint would be required. So that's why we are proposing to explore it and just to see if it makes any sense to do this. Because yes, as indicated, it would be expensive, but it could be really beneficial.
And how does this fit in with the contact water pond relocation?
Thank you for the question. The contact water pond would need to be relocated because it would increase the actual landfill, the area that we can use for a landfill. And then after that, the entire site that's currently then being used as a landfill could be increased. So one needs to go in front of the other. The pond relocation is a prerequisite.
Thank you for that. And I just wanted to clarify, because I thought I'd heard a potential overall cost of this project. But do we have an idea on what we're looking at for a potential total cost? Like, are we talking about the vertical expansion being $500,000, $1 million?
Million plus, I would guess, at this point in time.
Okay.
However, if it's for 20 years more landfill life there.
Yeah. Could be well worth it.
It is a cost benefit that we need to do as part of this work.
Okay, thank you. Director Lee.
It's just a question. I don't see the need for additional manpower in the budget proposal. It's elsewhere, is it? Okay, so we can't go just say, yeah, we don't need anybody. Okay, thank you.
I have my own cheat sheet here that I've been provided with by staff, so I'm going to do my best to steer us accordingly, but it was a little bit last minute. So, Director McMahon?
2 things. So I had another question, but it wasn't about item 1. Did we want to deal with number 1 first? And in that case, I would move that we defer budget proposal number 1 on page 525 to round 2.
To allow for the receipt of the organizational review. Thank you. I've got a seconder for that. So we do have our proposal sample recommendations menu chart, and this is basically menu option 3 is to refer it to round 2, and that was handed out this morning. Okay. Director McMahon, I see your hand up again or still?
Next day.
Okay. Then I will call the question on this. This is voting all directors on deferral to round 2. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Director Bax?
Oh, I just wanted to have some clarity on this. This is $165,000, so we can ask the question as to whether or not we can expand the
Yes.
the landfill vertically.
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to know. It's, you know, I'm new here.
No, that's fair. It's an up to an amount, and that includes more than just asking the
And
question.
it'll give us 7 to 20 years of extra time.
Could give us substantially more landfill life
But it's just the money we need to put in to make the ask.
to do the work.
To make the ask. The
No,
the
to-
work's gonna, it's.
Thank you, Director Bax. Director McMahon, we're moving on to item number 2 now, which is the contact water pond relocation.
Actually, it wasn't item 2 I was going to ask about.
Okay?
I was going to ask about the never-ending saga of trying to get hydropower to the landfill. Are we going to wait for hydro forever? Should we just do it ourselves? Like, what can we do to move this along? Because it's getting ridiculous.
Thank you for the question. Staff are currently working with BC Hydro, and actually the file is moving forward currently in a expedited manner, I would say. So I'm hopeful that we can at least get a formal confirmation from BC Hydro and the timeline for it to be installed. Permitting, et cetera, is now underway, so things are moving ahead there.
Okay. So looking at the contact water pond relocation construction, it's $520,000 being proposed to be funded from taxation. However, this is another one of the ones that has staffing implications, and so is being requested to refer to round 2 pending the results of the organizational review. Director Bax?
Yeah, I move that we refer this to round 2.
Thank you, and I've got a seconder for that. Just before I call the question on it, are there any questions relating to this project before we send it away for a month and a half? I see no hands. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. So item number 3 on page 527, site improvements for Seashell landfill. I don't think this is one of the ones that I'm being asked to defer. So this is $110,000 being funded from taxation. Directors, any questions, comments, recommendations? Director White?
Just ask, how much, I mean, in our operations budget, we don't, this isn't just in front of us, but do we generally maintain kind of safety? I mean, clearly we must have some funds to generally maintain safety for staff and the public at the landfill. And this is quite a bit over and above this, I imagine, since it's being asked in the budget. So I'm just wondering what the balance is between our ability to maintain that safety just with operating budgets and this additional ask.
Yeah, thank you for the question and through the chair. So we do have some maintenance budget that does go into maintaining our assets on site and maintaining a certain level of safety. And, you know, I don't know how much I want to admit this in public, but there are certain areas where we could use some improvements, and those are what is identified here. And so these are assets and things, everything from our electric fence to the way we store propane that have regulatory changes over time, or that we've identified have some pretty serious shortcomings due to a lack of budget to adequately maintain that asset. So this proposal is aiming to get us up to speed so that if WorkSafe for the province were to show up at our site, we don't run into any problems where we have to cut service or even shut down to rectify issues.
Thanks. Maybe in addition to that, I think it's noted in the budget proposal itself, but we currently don't have an asset management plan for the landfill, which could include some of these items. Just, for example, the scale, the resurfacing of the scale, that's something that has to happen once every several years because the services experience wear and tear. So we currently don't have a plan, so hence, for those kind of things, we have to come back to the board.
Thank you. Director Bax?
Yeah, I see the idea of postponing, of deferring to round two, the other two parts of this, the proposals that have come forward so far. I don't see the merits of delaying this one. Okay, and so can I move these recommendations forward to be adopted into the budget now?
Can I ask you to use the recommendations chart that has been provided to us to ensure that we get the wording correct?
I propose that the following budget proposal be approved and incorporated into the 2024 round two budget.
Okay. Thank you. And I have a seconder for that. Director McMahon, I see your hand up.
Yeah, just a general question. At the moment, we've been maintaining the landfill on the assumption that it was going to close in the relatively near future. But if the landfill should get an extension of its life, then I assume that we will have to plan differently for how we maintain it.
Thank you for the question. If that is the case, then there might be some, if it's the landfill life is expanded for decades, then we might need to do some upgrades. But when we did the upgrades to the public drop-off area several years ago, we anticipated and we constructed it as such that it could have an extended use of the landfill.
Designed it so it could be used as a transfer station if it
Yes.
came to that. Yep. Okay. Any other discussion on the motion? I will call the question then. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that's carried. Did you want your vote in opposition recorded? No? Okay. All right, moving on to item number 4 on page 528, solid waste contracts. This is $389,403 base budget increase funded from taxation. Directors, any questions? Director McMahon.
What kind of contracts? Does this include the famous bulldozer?
Thank you for the question. So what these contracts are all of our services that we provide the public, various diversion programs, et cetera, that are going to be up for either extension or direct award in 2024 and all the way up to Q2 2025. And the reason you're seeing these as a budget proposal is because we're trying to do things a little bit differently so that every time you see a contract increase or a contract extension or renewal, you're not also being asked to amend the financial plan. It's all going to be hopefully baked into the budget.
Okay. I do note here that we've also got 2025 and 2026 implications that are shown near the bottom of page 528. Director Bax?
I was just wondering what implications were of deferring it to second round budget.
There shouldn't be any implications at this point to defer it to round 2.
Thank you for your answer,
You're
Mr.
welcome.
Chair.
Director Bax, I see your hand still up. Is that okay? Any other questions or recommendations from directors? Director Lee?
I would like to make a motion that following budget proposal, item number 4 on page 528, be approved and incorporated into the 2024 round 2 budget.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? I don't have a seconder for that. Okay, that dies on the floor. Director McMahon?
Yes. How does this fit in? At the moment, we see contracts over $100,000 on our agendas. So how does that fit in with the $100,000 limit?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Through the Chair. So the intent of this budget proposal is to prevent financial plan amendments throughout the year. It does not mean any change in process in terms of contract awards, procurement, or whatever. So every contract will still go through the board, will over 100,000 will still be approved by you. Only the line item that's very common to be included in those recommendations and that the financial plan amendment, final financial plan be amended accordingly, will not appear again because there is already funding pre-approved to. So what we actually did, we went through all the contracts, we predicted what we expected to increase to be in upcoming years, and we summed that up, and that's what's here. So if a contract would come in at a lower cost than we predicted, it would regenerate a surplus that would go into operating reserves, and otherwise we could still come back with say, hey, at the end of the year, we still need a budget proposal to increase our financial plan, but at least 90 out of the 20 has already been considered by the board without the need to change the financial plan. So it's more an administrative nature than it's actually, it's a one-time approval of additional funds instead of a piecemeal approval throughout the year.
Director McMahon?
I think probably our hesitation is not seeing which contracts are involved because it's a little confusing. But under those circumstance, I will second Director Lee's motion. Or did it die?
It died on the floor.
Well, if he wants to make it again, then I second it.
Director Bax, I see your hand up.
So I thought Director McMahon was going to make a motion.
Director Bax?
I will make a motion to push it forward, to refer it. So when I say refer it to round two budget, that means we're not going to deal with it now, we're going to deal with it in January. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
Okay, I'm going to refer it to round two budget.
Is there any particular information you would like to come back before that, or you just want to consider it later?
I think I'm going to look into it. Oh yeah, I'm sure. I would like to know which contracts are, is that too much? That's too much.
You're not going to get that information because some of those contracts haven't expired yet.
Right. No.
Okay.
I think I'm happy with just referring it to round two.
Getting a whole lot of attention from staff here.
Yeah,
Just
I know.
Bear with me one moment, Director Bax. I'll come back to you.
Certainly.
GM Rosenboom?
Thank you. There's a reason why we didn't include the list and our projections, because it would of course direct potential bidders to bid according to the budget available.
Well, it says right here that this encompasses over 40 contracts.
Yeah.
So what share goes to what? We don't want publicized.
Well, I haven't triggered an in-camera
Not yet,
session.
no. You're doing very good.
For quite some time.
Okay, so you do have a motion to defer to round two. Do I have a seconder for that? Okay, I've got a seconder for that, thank you. Would anybody like to speak to that motion now that it's on the floor? I think I speak for all of us that this is just a really high level of discomfort with this item because of the sort of envelope nature of it, where we're being asked to approve almost 2% to taxation because we know things are going to get more expensive sometime, but we're not sure how much.
But referring it to round two, we don't have to deal with that today then, do we?
No, but it'll be added to the growing list of items to deal with at round two. So I see no other hands up, so I'm going to call the question on deferring this to round two. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion's carried. Directors White and Lee, did you want your votes recorded?
Yes, indeed. Hate wasting my time.
Thank you, Director Lee. You know what, we'll just do it so all
Can we
votes.
just do it all the time? or
All votes
like
opposed are recorded.
One or the other?
Yeah. Okay. So moving on to item number 5. This is staffing related. So this is on page 529. So would somebody like to make a recommendation? Director McMahon?
Yes, I'd like to recommend that the following budget proposal be referred to round 2 budget.
Thank you, and I've got seconders for that. Any other comments before I call the question? All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Moving on to item number 6 on page 530, Seashell landfill internet connectivity improvements. I just would like to invite staff to speak a little bit to how we're not getting reliable service from satellite internet at the landfill, because that's a highly curious question for me.
Yeah, thank you for the question and through the chair. So one of our current issues with the Starlink system is that we have a line of trees on the other side of Dusty Road that block the internet connection if the Starlink dish is placed by our scale house where we need the internet. So we have the Starlink dish a good distance away from the scale house, but we have technological issues due to infrastructure and actually getting a reliable signal from where we place it over to the scale house where we need the internet. On top of that, we've come to find that even when Starlink is well positioned, there are moments throughout the day where we don't have signal. And when we're trying to process payments and keep a scale line moving along, that can often cause a lot of issues for staff on the ground, as well as for staff such as our superintendent that are working full-time up at the site and need to run Teams meetings and work on reports and contract awards, et cetera, et cetera. So this proposal is essentially giving us some budget to try and rectify that problem, and we're currently working with our utilities department who has experience with internet connectivity at remote sites, such as a number of our treatment facilities and pump stations. And we're optimistic that we can try and get something else in the mix here that will ensure that we have continual internet connectivity throughout the working day.
GM Rosenboom?
Yeah, thank you. I would like to add one thing there. Another thing that is currently being discussed, and that's actually to the credit of Beach Hydro, is that we're exploring if there can be a TELUS line connected to the poles. And Beach Hydro is working directly with TELUS on that.
Thank you. Director McMahon?
That was exactly what I was going to suggest. I would like to move that this budget proposal be approved and incorporated into 2024 round 2 budget.
And I've got seconders for that. Thank you. I guess I've got one question before I'll call the question here, and that the $25,000 that's being proposed here, if we're working with utilities to try and come up with some solutions, is this intended for any infrastructure that might have to be installed, or is this cost recovery to utilities, or is this for options that are not yet known?
Thank you for the question. So this is essentially for infrastructure that utilities may propose, and with the idea being that we have something else in the work to help limp us along until that potential Hydro-TELUS partnership, which may or may not happen, and doesn't have a timeline as of yet. So we're currently spending a significant chunk of our day dealing with internet connectivity issues at our landfill there, and so this is meant to get us from here until we have some sort of reliable end solution.
Thank you. Director McMahon, I see your hand up. Nope, that's a leftover. Okay. I hesitate to support this. I feel like, internet reliability up at the landfill is throwing money away, but here we are. I will call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? And the motion's carried. Directors Gabias, White, and Toth opposed. Okay, that concludes this item on our agenda. We're going to move forward to Annex U, starting on pages 532 of our agenda. And this is voting B, D, E, and F. Function 355, refuse collection. So item number 1 on page 532 is green bin purchase for curbside food waste collection. This looks like this is replenishing bins that are getting sent out to replace ones that are damaged or lost. Director McMahon?
Yes, I'd like to move that be approved and incorporated into 2024 round 2.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that from B, D, E, or F? Seconded. Thank you. Director Gabias, I see your hand.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and forgive my ignorance on the subject, but is there any cost recovery? Like when someone gets their bin dragged into the woods by a bear, like do they have to pay a certain amount to get a new one, or is it free or free to a certain point?
Thank you for the question. Yes, people do have to pay a fee for the bin. The fee is lower than the current cost of the bin with inflation and et cetera, and we have to obviously pay up front for the bins. So there is some cost recovery here, but not full cost recovery.
Okay, I don't see any other hands up, so I will. Director Bax, I recognize your hand.
Thank you. I just wanted to share an anecdote with the public that I did break my green bin. I've snapped the pin off of the hinge part and I fixed it with a piece of wood. And so
Congratulations.
it's fully functional again.
And it cost you less than $27,000.
It did.
Thank you. I'm going to call the question B, D, E, and F. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Okay, moving on to, thank you, Manager Sol. Moving on to Annex V, starting on page 534 of the agenda package. This is round one budget proposal for function 370, Regional Water Service. Oh, I've got a request for just a brief recess, so that we can get the right staff in the room. So we'll just take a 5-minute break. And welcome back to the Finance Committee for December the 4th. It is 2:10, and we're going to resume. So next up, we've got Annex V, 2022 Round 1 Budget Proposal for Regional Water Service Function 370. So first up, we have on page 534, item number 1, Raw Water Reservoir Site B, which is listed as one of the things that it would be appreciated if we deferred it to round 2. But before we do that, directors, do you have any questions for the staff that we have in the room? Director McMahon.
Yes, the obvious question is, how does this project fit in with Lower Crown?
Ooh, that's a good question to start the discussion off with. It fits and fits not, and I think that's one thing that we would like to confirm in upcoming years. This project has significant financial and operational benefits, operational cost benefits, and it allows for potential hydropower production, and it will definitely have lower operating costs. So staff is recommending to advance this project such that we can actually compare it with Lower Crown, and ultimately I can actually see even a scenario where we have 2 reservoirs in place. One does not negate the other to be in place. Actually, in theory, the water can flow from one reservoir to the other reservoir and produce hydropower in the meantime. So there are that's I think one of the questions that we need to answer. How does it fit into? But staff is recommending to make some progress on this project because we still feel that that it has huge benefits that shouldn't be thrown away at this point in time.
Okay, thank you. Directors, any other questions? We would be looking for option 3 of our recommendations menu, which is to refer it to round 2. Director Lee?
I was wondering if do we know exactly how much more water we need, and have we taken into consideration the Langdale well and that fact we might not need either reservoir? Is that analysis been done, or would this negate the need to do one?
Good question. GM Rosenboom?
Thank you for the question. I think we all know that Church Road is beneficial for our water supply. We also know that Church Road in itself is not enough to get us to a year-round stage 2, if that's still our objective. If climate change is constantly surprising us, and we know that more wells or water supply sources are required regardless in the upcoming years. And we also know that just meeting the supply, just meeting the demand might not be good enough because of you don't have any backup in terms of water supply sources. If one goes down, you're still not meeting your supply. So from that, we're not where we cannot say, oh, let's put it on the back burner because we might not need it. I think we can only say that when we actually exceed our demand long term, and we're not there yet. And the exceeding of the demand is, then we're in a scenario where we can say, okay, we got a well developed, and which of the sources is more cost effective to operate, let's use that one first. But then you still have a plan B in place, and we currently don't have any plan B. We're still working on our plan A. So from that perspective, when we're talking about Site C and Lower Crown and Church Road and Langdale, and that ties into the next budget proposal as well, it's like Langdale and Lower Crown, to some extent, might be the 2 ones that we can move ahead with in short order. And Site B might be after that. But not proceeding with, not moving ahead with side B might put it on the back burner as well, and then we need to find something else.
Follow up?
So if I was to sum it up, I think I heard that we're now starting to plan beyond next year and starting to look to the 5 to 10 year range, and this is information we need to make sure we do that part.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. On that note, in January, there will be a presentation to the board from our consultant about the potential locations to drill 5 additional wells. And I think that should be considered in the same era in the same vein of what are the next sources we want to develop.
Thank you. Director McMahon?
Yes, and after we see all those presentations, then we're going to have to try and decide how many balls we can keep in the air at the same time. In the meantime, I would like to move that project 1 on page 534 be referred to 2024 round 2 budget.
Thank you. And I've got a seconder for that. Director Inkster, I see your hand up.
Thanks, Chair. These are obviously moving forward, it looks like, so not much necessarily more to say. But in terms of water, drilling wells and/or retention storage, I think that our big discussion going forward over the next number of years will be for myself and yourself and those that are on our water system, in a sense north of the aquifer system, is how much water we will be projected to need over the next number of years and whether the well systems will be able to supply the extra need in the Sechelt Half Moon Bay area. That's why we probably need to continue to look at storage.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands up, so I will call the question. A, B, D, E, F, and District of Sechelt. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Moving on to item number 2, Langdale Wellfield Construction. Directors, any questions? This is $17.5 million to be funded TBD, which I assume means we're going to refer it to round 2, pending the receipt of the report in January. But Director McMahon.
What a good idea. I'm going to move that we refer this proposal to round 2.
I see your hand up, Director Bax, so thank you for seconding that. I will say that, I look forward to the January cow meeting because $17.5 million seems like a lot of money. I look forward to some further details because we definitely don't have the information today. So I don't see any other hands up. Director Inkster?
Yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I too look forward to that. It's a lot of money, and hopefully within that report is the discussion of, once again, movement of water in order so that it can be used to the north, which is us again that I've referred just a few minutes ago, but also how much volume will come out of that $17.5 million. As part of the report. Of course, it's there, but it's just really important to myself. Thanks.
Thank you. All those in favor of deferral to round 2? And that's carried. Thank you. And next up on page 536, item number 3, Aquifer 560 Watershed Agreement. It's $130,550 to be funded from reserves and community building fund potentially. Before I go to Director McMahon, I'll go to GM Rosenboom.
Thank you, Chair. There's a list on your desk, and this is one of the items on your list. And the reason why this is actually a two-parter. There is $30,000 and $30,500 required as part of our agreement with the town of Gibsons for the items that were agreed on the agreement. There's no staffing implications. Those could be approved as it is right now. There's also a $100,000 allowance currently included in the budget proposal to immediate commence any upgrades to the water system required to optimize the flow of water between the town of Gibsons and the TOG. So we actually jumped ahead here. It's like as part of the Town of Gibson's water agreement, we're doing an engineering optimization study to see how we can improve the water flow between the systems. And we added in staff added on top of that $100,000 allowance for actually implementation of those improvements. So there's an option here to say we don't include the 100,000, the board doesn't approve the 100,000, and then the project can be approved as is, or the 100,000 stays included, and then it will become a round 2 project because we need the additional staff capacity to actually complete the work then.
Director McMahon.
I'm very much in favor of this project. At what point do we determine how much of this would be from the Canada Community Building Fund?
Thank you, Chair. The 30,550 is operating reserves and community building fund can only be used for projects that actually result in an asset to be constructed. So that will be the part where we actually build the infrastructure. So most likely it will be 30,550 operating reserve and 100,000 community build fund.
Which I think CFO Pro would like to chime in on.
As far as the proposal to use community works funds, we understand that this is a regional service, and the other service, the member municipal participants would benefit if rural areas contributed to this, as it just offsets ratepayers for those areas. What we thought would be an option would be that the service participants within B, D, E, and F contribute equally the $100,000 as it benefits the regional water service. We have in the past, and I don't know if our CAO wants to speak to it, we have made proposals to even formally to our member municipalities as far as sharing in regional services, either through community works funds or growing communities funds. And I can't recall what the answer was. Maybe our CAO wants to respond.
The friendly way to describe the response would be that the member municipalities also have long lists of projects that are eligible for community works funds.
I know that at least for the District of Sechelt, we were open to the idea, looking forward to further details on what projects we could collaborate on. Granted, that was last council. Director White, you're really wanting to speak.
I'm a little confused by this discussion, just that, maybe this is obvious to everybody, but yeah, I mean, obviously, through the agreement, the town already is contributing to this project. Okay. Like yeah, I guess maybe that's being taken for granted here. I'm just hearing about member municipalities contributing, and that's part of the agreement.
In this particular case, I think we're looking at A, B, D, E, F, and Sechelt as the participants in the water service.
Yeah, but our side of the agreement is already in the agreement.
Okay. Director McMahon.
So I was just going to ask when we would make the decision on the apportionment, because I am willing to volunteer right now, since Aquifer 560 is underneath Elphinstone, and my residents would substantially benefit, that I would be willing to pay for this through the Area E gas tax fund. But at what point do we make that decision?
And if we push this off to round 2 for apportionment, if the rural areas would like to request a contribution from the District of Sechelt, that may be too late for our processes. So I don't know if CFO has a suggestion here.
Yeah, I think what we can do is we can pass a motion to make us a request as to what projects may want to cost share for the regional water service to the District of Sechelt. And we can do that between round 1 and round 2 if a motion was passed now.
We'll come back to that, just a second. We'll come back to that. Director Bax?
Well, I'm still trying to, yeah, I'm all for contributing, and I just want to see who all the contributors can be, and if we, I don't know how to craft the motion to ask Seashell to pony up, but, yeah, $16,000 if we split it 6 ways. But, I'm willing to throw in my share.
Director McMahon?
Not only do we now have two different suggestions, the question of which projects Seashell might contribute to is a wider question than just this one. So can we deal with Aquifer 560 first, and then get to a broader discussion if we need one about how different partners are going to fund different projects?
Well, based on the item that's in front of us today, the request is to refer it to round 2 because it has staffing resource implications. Theoretically, we could approve $30,550 today and refer the other $100,000 down the road. Director McMahon?
Yeah, let's not split this up into multiple, little projectlets. So I'm going to move that we refer this project to round 2 budget.
Thank you, and I've got a seconder for that. One additional item, or one additional way to look at this might be that when these recommendations come to board, that might be an opportunity to have a conversation about requesting a cost share participation, rather than trying to derail the process now. Give a little bit of time to consider how to craft that. So I don't see any other hands up. We do have a motion on the floor to defer this to round 2. I will call the question. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Item number 4 on page 537, Chapman Creek Raw Water Pump Station Pump Maintenance and Upgrade, $130,000 funded from capital reserves, which I believe is on my list.
That's correct.
Thank you. So the preference would be to see this referred to round 2. But directors, in the meantime, do you have any questions on this item? Director Lee?
I think this is something we need to get done. I don't know. I'm leaning towards just putting it in the darn budget, but I'd be interested in other people's thoughts.
Thank you, Director Lee. I wonder if I could look to staff to just sort of indicate what impact this might have if we approve it, but not the staffing out the other end.
Thank you very much, Chair. The reason why this was recommended to be deferred to round 2 for further consideration at that point is not because we don't feel that the project is needed, but one of the proposed staff would have to spend time on this project. However, staff, given the importance, staff are not objecting if the board would approve it without the staffing position, then we just have to move stuff around.
So we could move forward with this today. Director McMahon?
Yes, I'm inclined to agree with Director Lee. This is being able to operate the plant at a flow of under 80 liters a second is something we really need to be able to do because we don't know what next summer is going to bring. So, this strikes me as a very high priority project. Thank you.
Are you moving a recommendation to
Yes.
approve and incorporate it into the
I will.
2022 or 2024 round 2 budget?
Yes, funny you should mention. Yes.
Perfect, thank you. And I've got a seconder for that. Any other discussion on this motion? Director McMahon, I see your hand up still, or again? Still, okay. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Moving on to page 538, item number 5, exposed water main rehabilitation budget increase. This is a combination of $400,000 coming from user fees and operating reserves. And no, this is not one of my deferral ones. This is a project that's already gone out for tender. This is an increase to the budget to actually get the work done. So directors, any questions or recommendations on this project? Director Lee?
What would happen if we said we don't want to do it till 2025?
I can't imagine it would get cheaper, but Manager Walkie?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it's increased, I think, quite a bit since the last time we did it. The current crossings are the crossings, if you've been up to Chatwin Waterfalls, there's the big steel pipe that goes across the creek. They're 2-foot welded pipes, and all the jackets on them are peeling off. They're starting to corrode on the outside. And all of those joints need to be resealed and repainted. And the one up at the intake is quite a long span across the bay. So that's why the cost, I believe, is so high, because it's very challenging to get across safely on these crossings. So the answer is it'll continue corroding.
Director Lee, I see your hand up. Nope, okay. Director Bax.
I move that this budget item number 5, as it appears on page 538, be approved and incorporated into the 2024 budget.
Thank you. And I've got a seconder for that. Any other discussion on the motion? All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Item number 6 at the bottom of page 539, vehicle purchase, flatbed crane truck and medium-sized truck. So $295,000 funded from MFA short-term borrowing. This is for 2 vehicles. So one vehicle has already been removed from service and the other vehicle is 30+ years old. So Director McMahon, I see your hand up.
Well, I can't complain about 30 years being too short a service. Did we get an insurance settlement when the other vehicle was wiped out?
Thank you, Chair. I believe it was about $17,000 settlement, so it wasn't enough to replace a vehicle.
Okay. Director Bax?
Yeah, this is for, part of this is for purchase of an electric pickup truck, and I am very curious as to how feasible that is at the moment, knowing the state of the technology. I'm not sure if it's there yet. Do we have confidence in this? I don't think we've picked I don't know if there's been an RFQ or anything put out, but I'm really wondering if the technology in electric trucks is there for us to jump on board this year. I don't know if it's early, if it's something we can defer for another year or not. I'm just curious, because I looked into electric pickups just a couple of years ago, and there was nothing that was worth anything.
Sorry, Director Bax, I missed the question.
Is it the right time to buy an electric pickup truck?
Okay. Well, it does say if possible. I don't know if GM Rosenboom, you want to weigh into that?
I'm not, so this is in part based on conversations I had with our manager of sustainable development, who's, I would say, an expert on this kind of work. There are currently pickup trucks developed, electric pickup trucks available on the market, specifically for utility services, for crews, for local government use. Because in our case, in terms of radius, we're driving up and down the coast. That's perfectly in line, perfectly for an EV. And this budget would be sufficient for an electronic truck on a medium size. We have not included a recommendation to do it for the heavy-duty truck with the crane bed. And that's for that reason, because the market there on full-scale electronic is, they're very expensive. There are some grant programs available, but it would be still really expensive, and that market is still heavily underdeveloped. So I would, the only option there could be a plug-in, a hybrid, but even then, it's questionable if that's the right decision. So therefore, for the heavy-duty truck, we are recommending a gas one, but for the medium size, we're confident that we could get a good electronic one that would serve definitely our needs.
Thank you. Director McMahon?
Yes, I would like to move that this budget proposal be approved and incorporated into the round 2 budget.
Thank you, and I've got a seconder for that. Director Lee, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I was just wondering, like, now that we're starting to buy electric cars, and now we're proposing to buy an electric truck that's going to be fairly heavily used if it's part of our utility services, are we going to be asked shortly to install more charging stations? I noticed that there's a pretty heavy competition for the 2 that we have out in the parking lot, so.
Those are just the public chargers. There's already staff infrastructure available for electric fleet, but I don't know who would like to speak to electric fleet or electrification of the fleet overall.
Yeah, so essentially there is a carry forward project to continue to evolve those within both the facilities at Mason Road and here on Field Road. There has been some technical issues with the current infrastructure, and the phase 2 is to expand electrical capacity due to various other considerations with staff that has been deferred. So we do have a constraint right now with our ability to expand our EV chargers because we've run out of electricity capacity. So that's what the phase 2 project is all about. So yeah, we have a little bit of work to do on our EV charging. We also at Mason Road do have some constraints, and part of that was presented as part of the transit expansion discussion. So more to come on that as well.
Manager Waukee.
Thank you, Chair. If I could just add, when we purchased the electric cars, we put one up in with the works crew to just see how it goes, and it seems to be going quite well. It was sort of like a pilot to see how little electric cars would do. And this would be another example of having electric trucks in the crew, getting a couple of them and seeing how they do. Second of all, the vehicles probably have a long lead time, so I'm sure we can sort out the electrical charging by that time.
That's what I was gonna make that comment, was it's not like they're going down the hill tomorrow to buy it, so. Directors, any further questions, comments? Director Inkster?
Thank you. Just really quick, it'll be interesting to see if these electric vehicles we're buying last 30 years. Will they last 30 years? I'm just, you wonder when you buy these how long they can last, just because we're at the beginning of the technology. It would be great because we know we're saving on gasoline, considering the use that has been projected. Wouldn't that be great if we could buy some electric vehicles and they would last maybe even over 15 years, considering regular people buy a new vehicle every 10 usually, it seems. So interesting. Yeah.
My electric car's 10 years old already, and I've had it for 6, and it's still 85% battery capacity, so it's still going strong. I see no other hands up though, so I will call the question. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Moving on to item number 7 on page 540, development and implementation of Chapman Creek Environmental Monitoring Plan. This is $150,000 funded from user fees. GM Rosenboom.
Thank you very much. First of all, there's an error in the amount, and it's not for 2024, but there should be 2 amounts included in 2025 and 2026. So I will update it, because this project, I recommend it to be deferred to round 2 anyway, because one of the staff positions that is proposed, the environmental technician, is required for us to implement this project. This project is not a current mandatory requirement. What we're in this conversations with the province on lowering our EFN on environmental flow need for Chapman Creek during the summer. One of the requirements that the province already indicated to us that we would have to do is improve our hydrological and monitoring, and actually start frequent, that's a better word, fish monitoring in the lower reaches of the creek. So This budget proposal is to develop plans for that purpose and do continue a 3-year monitoring program and then confirm if there are indeed no impacts of a lower event. So this is all in anticipation of actually the approval of that reduction by the province. But by not having the funding in place prior to us receiving approval, we would lose another year. So this is a little bit of chicken and egg, because the more data we collect right now, the earlier we can get our approval and vice versa.
Thank you. Director McMahon.
I believe I heard that we should refer this proposal to round 2 budget.
So that's a motion, and I've got that seconded. Thank you. Any other discussion? Director Lee?
Should I be voting on this? I believe it's regional water.
Technically. It is regional water.
Yes, it's regional water, so.
Thanks for catching that. I was working off the, I don't think it's going to be a close vote to defer it, so I will call the question, though. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. All right, and that takes us to the end of Annex V. So next up, we're going to Annex W, which is Round 1 Budget Proposal for Water Services 365, 366, and 367. So this is a combined, it's a combined list. So on page 543, we've got item number 1, which is the pneumatic boring tool. Yes, which is $102,000 funded from capital reserves. Director Bax.
Did I see this on last year's budget proposals, and what was the cost then? Anybody have any idea how much it was proposed to?
It was about
cost?
$100,000.
Was it? Okay, so it hasn't substantially risen in the last year.
No.
All right, thank you.
Director McMahon.
It looks like we need it. We deferred it from last year. But if we're going to do our water projects, we need the tools. So I would move that we approve and incorporate into round 2.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? I do. And Director Gabias.
Thank you, Chair. I remember last budget, we talked about potentially sharing tools. Was there any thoughts on that this year? I know, like, I seem to remember that Seashell, I think maybe it was you, saying, like, is there a potential that, municipalities can share
The
one
use
implement?
of infrastructure or equipment like this?
Yeah.
Don't know that Seashell would have use for it, but I don't know. Manager Waukee?
Thank you, Chair. The town of Gibson's does similar work, but we don't have a tool sharing agreement with any of the municipalities.
Okay. Thank you. Director Lee?
We'll contract by the hour.
$100,000 an hour, right? Okay, I don't see any other hands up, so I will call the question. This is A, B, D, E, F, Seashell, and SNGD. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Item number 2, service review, utility services, bottom of page 554. Is this one of my defer items? No? Okay, thank you. $150,000 to be funded from operating reserves. Director Bax, did I hear? Okay. Director McMahon.
How does this fit in with the organizational review that we have coming in January?
Good question.
Is it a deeper dive?
Thank you. Thank you very much, through the chair. Yes, what we're seeing is the infrastructure service department, our delivery of water and wastewater services, primarily the water services, has been challenging and is constantly evolving and growing. So one of the items that most likely will come out of the organizational review that's currently underway is that more work is required on the utility services division to really assess what we have, determine what we need, and develop a plan to bridge the gap. And that includes all kind of assessments about leave, recruitment, retention that are currently outside of the scope of the organizational plan. So it's really the deeper dive. And staff feels that it is a worthwhile exercise to do this, to make sure that we actually not only effectively can address the current needs, but also future needs. So staff would be also more than happy if the board defers this to round 2, so that it can first receive the feedback, the results of the organizational review.
CAO?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think the recommendation from GM Rosenboom, I would echo that. There's some synergies and overlap here between a potential round 1 budget submission, which is essentially a deeper dive org review phase 2. So if by deferring this to round 2, we can actually have a bit more conversation about what's in scope of each of the envisioned projects and come back to you with that.
Thank you. Director Bax?
I'm going to go ahead and refer this to round 2 budget as it appears on page 544.
Okay, thank you. And I have a seconder for that. I don't see any other hands up. I will call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. That's carried. Item number 3, North and South Pender Water Piping System Connection Feasibility Study and Design on page 546. $50,000 from reserves. And I see that this is on my special list. GM Rosenboom, did you want to say anything about that before we?
The only thing I can say is that at the December 14th committee of the whole meeting, there will be a report presented on the findings of our feasibility study for upgrades to the Garden Way treatment plant. And to some extent, this project is related to that, because the outcomes of this project, if approved, could have an impact on the ultimate design of the Garden Bay wastewater treatment plant. So just to be clear, there are currently 3 options listed in this budget proposal. These are not the options that will be considered as part of this project. Those were the options that were considered as part of a prior project that actually resulted in the construction of the in 2008 project. That ultimately resulted in the construction of South Pender wastewater treatment plant, a water treatment plant. So what we're trying to, the intent here is just, can we get a connection established between the 2 systems to ensure that we have a backup system in place, so that there is an opportunity for them to feed water, and to confirm what the operational, financial, as well as legal consideration would be that we would have to consider there. And the legal, when I mean legal, is we're talking here about putting a water connection in between 2 water systems. So we have to see how that works in terms of if water's flowing from one to the other in terms of cost for recovery and those kind of things. So that will be in scope of this project.
Okay. Director Lee?
From my understanding, there'd be nothing more to be gained by just referring it, because there's not going to be any more information available. So I would like to make a motion to approve and incorporate.
Okay. Do I have a seconder for that? I have a seconder for that. Thank you. Any other questions or discussions? I will call the question then. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Item number 4, which is the SCADA upgrade on page 547. It's $580,000 funded from capital reserves from the 3 functions. Any questions of staff or recommendations? Director McMahon?
Ouch. But I would like to move that the following budget proposal be approved and incorporated into round 2.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? Seconded. Any other questions or discussion? I guess I had one. Are we looking at a lot of potential equipment and sensor replacement that's got to happen with this, or is this primarily in software and dashboards and that sort of work?
Thank you, Chair. It's primarily software. We need an upgrade on the entire system, and this is the brains of the water system, so that's why it's so important.
Thank you. Director Lee?
I was curious how the funding split was decided. Seems pretty high for 65 and 66. Because together that's almost 200, 160. Pretty high percentage if you go by the number of people served.
Thank you, Chair. One of the decision-making was the South Bender treatment plant will have a lot of SCADA in it. That increases the cost for 366. And 365 has, quite a bit of infrastructure as well. So that's how we came up with the cost breakdown.
So essentially, it's based on the cost of the stuff you need to do. Yes, okay,
That's
thank
correct,
you.
Yeah, less about the number of people and the system complexities. So, okay, Director McMahon?
I realize this is speculation, so how often do these kind of major upgrades come along for systems like SCADA, which obviously a lot of utilities must be reliant on?
This is the first time that I remember of a major upgrade. The SCADA technicians and coordinators have been trying to Band-Aid it together, but it's time to just get whole new ship.
If it's any consolation, the District of Sechelt is only just finalizing SCADA installation in all of our lift stations. So, it's been around a long time, but we're still only just getting to the end of our SCADA installation on all of our infrastructure. So, I do have a motion on the floor. Yes, I do. I'll call the question then. All those in favor? Thank you, that's carried. Next up, we have item number 5, which is on page 549, which is the senior utility technician with light-duty truck. I'm assuming this is a deferral. Should it so please the committee, this would be referred to round 2. Director McMahon?
Yes, I'd like to make that motion.
And I've got a seconder for it. Thank you. Any questions before I call the vote? All those in favor? Thank you. That's carried. Item number 6 on page 550, 2.0 FTE, Senior Capital Projects Coordinator. This is also requested to be referred to round 2. Director Bax?
Refer to round 2.
Thank you, and I've got a seconder for that. I don't see any hands up. I'll call the question. All those in favor? It's carried. Thank you. And number 7 on page 552, 1.0 FTE for Capital Project Engineer. I assume also to be referred to round 2, if somebody would be so inclined. Moved, seconded. Any discussion? Director Bax, are you okay? Okay. I'll call the question then. All those in favor? Thank you. It's carried. Okay, item number 8, page 553, water supply analysis for South Pender. $85,000 funded from operating reserves. We're good, right? This isn't a deferral one? Okay. Director Lee?
There's no staffing associated with this. We're ready to go? Okay. I'd like to use the approved and incorporated.
Thank you. And I've got a seconder for that. Any other discussion before I call the question? All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. And that takes us to the end of that annex. It's a whole nother page in our agenda done. Moving on to Annex X, round 1 budget proposal for 365, 366, 370 water services, 350 regional solid waste, and 381 to 395 wastewater treatment plants. This is voting all directors. First up, we've got on page 555, item number 1 is 1.0 FTE environmental technician. I think this is to be referred to round 2 if it so pleases the committee. Moved, seconded, all those in favor?
Maybe,
Oh. Yes, GM Rosenboom?
thank you for the opportunity, Chair. There is a sentence in this budget proposal, and that's the last paragraph, that one of the items that this position would do is would actually continue our regulatory requirements for monitoring of landfill. For our landfill for groundwater and gas filtration. So if not approved, we will need to bring forward a budget proposal for actually contracting out that work, because we just don't, with our current staff capacity, we are not able to do it anymore. So if desired, I can keep a budget proposal for that. I can prepare one and keep it at hand for round 2. Or not? Should I prepare one or not? That's more my question informally to the board. Now you referred it to round 2.
CFO Perot?
Well, what I'm hearing is there's 2 options for the same outcome. So
Yeah.
it's not a new budget proposal. It should be an option 1 or option 2.
Okay.
So it can just be included, staff can just take that away, or motion doesn't need to be provided.
Okay. I do have a motion on the floor, though, to refer this to round 2. Would you like it to be amended with information to come back? No, that,
No, we will just amend the budget proposal and bring it forward to round 2 then.
okay, thank you. Was that clear, directors? I'll call the question again then. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Okay, that's it for Annex X. Moving on to Annex Y, pages 558 to 562, which is 381 to 395 wastewater treatment plants. Item number 1 on page 558 is Lee Bay wastewater treatment plant user rate stabilization. Yes. I have to refer to my list to make sure I don't accidentally send something forward that shouldn't be. Director Lee?
Motion to approve and incorporate.
Thank you, and I've got seconders for that. And this is voting A, B, D, E, and F. All those in favor? That's carried, thank you. On page 559, we have item number 2, which is Canoe Road wastewater treatment plant root mitigation / removal, $6,600 funded from operating reserves. Director Lee?
Motion to approve and incorporate.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? I do. Any other questions or discussion? All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Must be getting close to the end of the day. Item number 3, also on page 559, Lee Bay wastewater generator replacement. Now, this one I do have on my list. Did you want to speak to this at all?
Thank you. Yes, however, even though this might seem quite a straightforward project, there will be some, definitely some work required to engineer and procure this generator. And given that we are not able even to get our current generators that we currently already have approved, tendered, we need the additional staffing capacity would be required to initiate this project. Thank you.
So the idea would be to refer this to round 2. Director Lee?
So under the, we might need more staff and have to put this off, I should refer? Okay, yes. Refer to R2, please.
Thank you, and I've got seconders for that. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Next up, we have wastewater service area base budget increases, pump out expenses, $21,702 from user fees. That's item number 4 on page 560. Any questions or recommendations, directors? Director Lee?
Approve and incorporate, please.
Thank you, and I've got a seconder for that. Any other questions, directors? Director Bax, no? Okay. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. And that takes us to the end of our agenda for today. Doesn't it? Did I miss some?
I've been waiting, I'm just waiting here.
Why don't we just take a 5-minute break?
An hour and a half.
Yeah, we're just gonna take a 5-minute break.
Oh, except maybe Darren has to
Okay.
go.
No, I'm good.
Thank you and welcome back, everybody. It's 3:07. Due to a good stopping spot in the agenda and staff availability and a little bit of homework for directors before tomorrow, I would like to call for a motion to recess this meeting until 9:30 tomorrow morning. Moved and seconded. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much, and we'll see you all tomorrow.